Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Heights of Magical Dwelling. Long before the Ministry of Magic established its regulations on magical settlements, long before the International Statute of Secrecy required wizards to hide from Muggle eyes, there existed communities perched high among the world's most remote and treacherous peaks. These mountain magical communities, scattered across every continent where stone reaches towards sky, represent some of the oldest continuous magical settlements in our world. Imagine yourself standing at the base of a towering mountain range, your breath forming small clouds in the crisp air as you gaze upward toward peaks shrouded in perpetual mist. Somewhere far above, beyond where Muggle eyes might ever venture to look, magical communities have thrived for millennia. The thin air carries whispers of ancient spells, and if you listen carefully on the wind, you might hear the distant chime of enchanted bells that mark the hours in settlements built directly into living rock. The choice to establish magical communities at such forbidding heights was never made lightly. These early magical settlers, driven by necessity rather than preference, sought places where their practice of magic could continue undisturbed by the growing Muggle populations in the valleys below. Mountain peaks offered something precious that was becoming increasingly rare in the magical world: true isolation. Here, among the clouds and eternal snows, wizards could experiment with dangerous magic, house volatile magical creatures, and preserve ancient knowledge without fear of discovery or interference. The journey to reach these communities has always been treacherous. Long before the invention of broomsticks capable of high-altitude flight, wizards relied on a combination of apparition, dangerous climbing enchantments, and the assistance of magical creatures adapted to mountain environments. Many early expeditions to establish these settlements were lost entirely, claimed by avalanches, storms, or the thin air that could extinguish life as easily as a candle flame. Yet those who succeeded in reaching the heights discovered something remarkable. Magic itself seemed more potent in these elevated places. The reasons for this enhancement of magical power at altitude remain a subject of scholarly debate among magical theorists. Some believe that the proximity to the heavens strengthens the connection between wizard and the cosmic forces that fuel magic. Others theorize that the reduced atmospheric pressure allows magical energy to flow more freely, unimpeded by the heavier air found at sea level. Whatever the cause, mountain wizards have long reported that their spells cast more powerfully, their potions brew more potently, and their ability to communicate with magical creatures reaches levels impossible in lowland communities. Consider the ancient settlement of Dragomir's Rest, built into the northeastern face of a peak in the Carpathian Mountains during the early medieval period. Founded by a wizard who sought refuge from the werewolf attacks plaguing the valleys below, this community carved its homes directly into the mountain's granite heart. The magical preservation spells used in its construction were so sophisticated that centuries later, the settlement remains perfectly intact, its inhabitants protected from both the elements and the passage of time by enchantments that draw their power from the mountain itself. The architecture of mountain magical communities reflects both the challenging environment and the unique opportunities presented by their locations. Unlike their lowland counterparts, who must rely entirely on magical concealment to hide their settlements, mountain communities benefit from natural protection. The sheer difficulty of reaching these heights provides its own form of security. Muggle mountaineers, Even the most skilled and determined rarely venture to the specific peaks chosen by magical communities, which were selected not only for their remoteness, but for their hostile conditions that discourage exploration. Walking through the narrow streets of a mountain magical community, you would notice how every structure seems to grow from the rock itself. Walls carved directly from living stone retain the mountain's inherent stability, while providing insulation against the fierce winds that howl across the peaks. Windows, when they exist at all, are small and deeply recessed, protected by powerful warming charms that prevent ice formation, while maintaining clear views of the dramatic landscape beyond. The Great Hall of Dragomir's Rest exemplifies this architectural philosophy, carved from a single massive chamber within the mountain. Its ceiling soars 30 feet overhead, supported by natural stone pillars that the founders left untouched out of respect for the mountain's original form. Magical luminescence emanates from crystals embedded in the walls, creating a warm golden glow that contrasts beautifully with the deep blue-gray of the granite. During winter storms, when the wind outside reaches velocities that would destroy any surface structure, the Great Hall remains perfectly silent and calm, protected by the mountain's bulk and the ancient spells woven into its very stones. The daily rhythm of life in mountain magical communities follows patterns established over centuries of adaptation to extreme conditions. Dawn comes late and departs early during winter months, when the sun's rays must travel over multiple peaks before reaching these elevated settlements. Community members have learned to work by the light of enchanted flames that burn without consuming oxygen, a necessity at altitudes where every breath is precious. Breakfast in a mountain community might consist of hearty fare magically preserved against spoilage in the thin air, thick porridge enhanced with warming spells, bread that remains fresh for months without going stale, and tea brewed from alpine plants that grow nowhere else in the magical world. These high-altitude herbs, nurtured by magical cultivation, possess properties that strengthen the lungs and thin the blood, helping residents adapt to the reduced oxygen levels that would quickly overwhelm visitors from lower elevations. The social structure of mountain magical communities tends toward tight-knit cooperation born from shared hardship and mutual dependence. When a storm can trap an entire settlement for weeks, when a single carelessly cast spell might trigger an avalanche, when the nearest medical help lies thousands of feet below and days of dangerous travel away, every member of the community becomes essential to the survival of all. Arguments that might persist for years in other magical settlements are quickly resolved here, where holding grudges could literally mean the difference between life and death. Children born in mountain magical communities develop unique adaptations that set them apart from their lowland cousins. Their magical abilities often manifest earlier and more powerfully, perhaps due to the enhanced magical environment of their birthplace. They learn to cast warming charms before they master basic levitation, to predict weather patterns through magical observation before they can properly write their names. Most remarkably, they develop an intuitive understanding of the mountain itself, sensing its moods and changes with an accuracy that amazes even experienced adult wizards. The education of these mountain-born children presents both challenges and extraordinary opportunities. While they may lack access to the extensive libraries and diverse faculty found at institutions like Hogwarts, they receive a deeply practical magical education focused on survival, weather magic, and the manipulation of natural forces. Many become accomplished in branches of magic rarely taught elsewhere. The art of stone singing, which allows communication with the mountain itself. Cloud weaving, the delicate practice of shaping weather patterns, and crystal growing, the cultivation of magical gems that store and focus magical energy. Trade between mountain communities and the wider wizarding world has always been limited but extraordinarily valuable. The isolation that protects these settlements also makes regular commerce nearly impossible. Instead, mountain communities rely on annual trading expeditions, carefully planned journeys that coincide with the brief summer months when weather conditions permit safe travel. During these precious few weeks, merchants brave the dangerous ascent to exchange lowland goods for the unique products of mountain magic, rare herbs that grow only at extreme altitudes, crystals formed under the intense magical pressure of the peaks, and artifacts created using techniques passed down through generations of mountain wizards. The magical creatures that share these heights with wizard communities are unlike any found in lower elevations. Mountain phoenixes, whose songs can shatter ice and whose feathers burn with cold fire, nest in the highest crags where even mountain wizards rarely venture. Ice sprites, tiny beings of crystallized magic, dance through the aurora-lit nights, their presence indicating favorable conditions for particularly delicate spell work. Most magnificent of all are the wind serpents, massive creatures of air and magic that ride the thermal currents between peaks, visible only to those with the magical sight to perceive them. These creatures have formed complex relationships with the mountain magical communities over the centuries. The phoenixes, while maintaining their wild nature, have been known to share their healing tears with wizards facing life-threatening injuries during the harsh winter months. Ice sprites, attracted to particularly powerful magic, often gather during important community ceremonies, their dancing lights adding ethereal beauty to celebrations and rituals. The wind serpents, ancient and wise beyond measure, are said to carry messages between distant mountain communities, though winning their cooperation requires offerings of respect and patience that can take decades to establish. As night descends upon a mountain magical community, the temperature drops with startling rapidity. The thin air that holds little heat during the day holds even less as darkness falls. This is when the true magic of mountain living becomes apparent. Entire buildings glow with soft warmth as heating charms, woven into the very structure during construction, activate automatically in response to the cold. Streets that would be treacherous with ice remain clear and dry, protected by ancient enchantments that prevent water from freezing on important walkways. The night sky, viewed from a mountain magical community, offers a spectacle impossible to experience at lower altitudes. Stars shine with crystalline clarity through the thin atmosphere, their light so bright that skilled mountain wizards can practice astronomy with the naked eye that would require powerful telescopes elsewhere. On certain nights, when atmospheric conditions align perfectly with the magical energies that surround these high places, the aurora becomes visible even at latitudes where it should never appear, painting the sky in curtains of green and gold light that seem to dance in harmony with the community's own magical emanations. Standing at the edge of such a settlement, looking out over the vast expanse of peaks stretching to the horizon, you might understand why these mountain wizards chose isolation over the comforts of lowland life. Here, surrounded by stone and sky, magic feels both more powerful and more pure, unfiltered by the countless competing influences found in more populated magical areas. The very air seems to thrum with potential, each breath carrying the essence of spells cast centuries ago and the promise of magic yet to be discovered. What hidden strength do you think you might discover within yourself if you chose to leave behind all comfort and familiarity to build a new life among the eternal peaks? Chapter 2. The Ancient Peaks of Power. In the quiet hours when mist wraps around ancient summits like silver scarves, we turn our attention to the legendary peaks where the first mountain magical communities took root. These are not merely tall places of stone and snow, but sacred grounds where magical energy has accumulated for millennia, creating focal points of power that drew the earliest wizards to establish their high-altitude sanctuaries. The Himalayas, those towering giants that form the roof of the world, contain within their frozen heights some of the most ancient magical settlements known to wizard kind. Mount Kailash, revered by Muggles as a sacred peak, holds secrets that extend far beyond mortal understanding. Here, carved into chambers that exist in dimensions slightly removed from ordinary space, the Monastery of Eternal Winds has stood for over 3,000 years. The wizards who first established this community discovered that the mountain itself was a massive focal point for magical energy, its peak serving as a conduit between the earthbound magic of our world and the cosmic forces that flow through the universe. Picture yourself approaching this legendary monastery on a clear morning, the air so thin that each breath requires conscious effort, yet somehow filled with the vitality that energizes rather than exhausts. The structure appears to grow from the mountain's peak itself, its golden spires catching the first rays of dawn and casting them back toward the heavens in streams of light that dance with colors beyond the normal spectrum. Prayer flags flutter in the constant wind, but these are no ordinary banners, each one inscribed with runic protections that have maintained their potency for centuries, creating a network of magical barriers that shield the monastery from both physical and supernatural threats. The founder of this remarkable community was a wizard known only as the Skywalker, whose given name has been lost to the passage of time. According to the carefully preserved chronicles maintained by the monastery's librarians, the Skywalker possessed an unprecedented mastery over weather magic and atmospheric manipulation. He could walk upon clouds as if they were solid ground, call down lightning with the precision of a conductor, directing an orchestra, and most remarkably, breathe the magic directly from the thin air of the highest peaks. The Skywalker's discovery of Mount Kailash's unique properties came during a period of great turmoil in the magical world below. Dark wizards had begun experimenting with magic that drew its power from suffering and destruction, corrupting the natural flow of magical energy throughout entire regions. Seeking a place where such corruption could not take hold, the Skywalker climbed higher than any wizard before him, following ley lines of pure magical energy that led inevitably to this most sacred peak. What he found there changed not only his own understanding of magic, but influenced the development of magical theory for generations to come. The mountain existed at the intersection of three major ley lines, creating a confluence of magical energy so powerful that reality itself became more malleable. Spells that would require enormous effort and preparation at sea level could be accomplished with a simple gesture at these heights. More importantly, the type of magic that could be performed here was fundamentally different, cleaner, more connected to the natural order of the universe, and completely resistant to the dark influences that were spreading through the magical communities below. The establishment of the Monastery of Eternal Winds attracted other mountain-seeking wizards from across the magical world. They came not as refugees fleeing conflict, but as pilgrims drawn by rumors of a place where magic could be practiced in its purest form. The community that developed around the Skywalker's original hermitage became a center of learning and magical research unlike any other. Here, wizards studied the fundamental forces that govern magical energy, developed new theories about the relationship between magic and consciousness, and created artifacts of such power and sophistication that their equal has never been achieved. Moving westward across the magical atlas of mountain communities, we find the equally ancient settlement of Eagle's Crown, built into the highest peaks of the Andes Mountains. This community, established by a group of wizards fleeing the collapse of a lowland magical empire, chose their location for reasons both practical and mystical. The peak they selected was known to the indigenous magical peoples of the region as a place where the boundary between the world of the living and the realm of the ancestors was thinnest. The architecture of Eagle's Crown reflects this spiritual significance. The buildings are constructed not simply into the mountain, but in harmony with the natural flow of magical energy that spirals up through the peak like an invisible river. Walking through the settlement's terraced levels, you would notice how each structure is positioned to channel and amplify this energy, creating a continuous circuit of magical power that strengthens with each passing year. The founder of Eagle's Crown was a witch named Estrella Montaña, whose mastery of earth magic was legendary even among her contemporaries. She possessed the rare ability to communicate directly with the geological forces that shape mountains, understanding their slow thoughts and patient intentions. Under her guidance, the construction of Eagle's Crown became a collaborative effort between wizard and mountain, with the peak itself participating in the creation of chambers, tunnels, and terraces that perfectly complemented its natural structure. Estrella's most remarkable achievement was the creation of the Heartstone Chamber, a circular room carved around a natural crystal formation that extends deep into the mountain's core. This crystal, larger than a house and perfectly transparent, serves as both a focal point for the community's magical activities and a communication device that allows contact with other mountain communities around the world. During the full moon, when magical energy reaches its peak intensity, the Heartstone glows with an inner light that can be seen from peaks hundreds of miles away, serving as a beacon for traveling wizards and a symbol of the enduring strength of mountain magic. The Alps of Europe contain their own legendary magical peak in the form of the Crystalline Spire, a mountain whose unusual geological composition makes it one of the most magically active locations on the continent. Unlike other peaks that are formed primarily of ordinary rock, the Crystalline Spire consists largely of naturally occurring magical crystals that amplify and focus magical energy with remarkable efficiency. The community established here, known as the Crystal Commune, developed a unique form of magic based on resonance and harmonic manipulation. The founding of the Crystal Commune can be traced to a wizard named Harmonicus Resonance, whose research into the musical properties of magic led him to seek out locations where magical energy naturally created audible tones. The Crystalline Spire, with its crystal composition and constant high-altitude winds, produces a continuous musical chord that changes with weather patterns, magical activities, and celestial alignments. Harmonicus discovered that by learning to harmonize with this natural music, he could amplify his magical abilities far beyond their normal limits. The buildings of the Crystal Commune are architectural marvels that incorporate both magical and acoustic engineering. Each structure is designed to resonate with the mountain's natural frequency, creating a settlement that literally sings with magical energy. The central tower, carved from a single enormous crystal that extends both above and below ground level, serves as both a lighthouse and a musical instrument, its crystalline surfaces catching and reflecting both light and sound in patterns that can induce meditation, enhance magical focus, or simply provide breathtakingly beautiful displays for the inhabitants' enjoyment. In the remote peaks of the Rocky Mountains, the settlement of Stormwatch represents perhaps the most dangerous and exciting of the ancient mountain communities. Built at an altitude where thunderstorms are a daily occurrence during certain seasons, this community was founded by wizards who specialized in the most volatile and unpredictable forms of weather magic. The founder, known simply as the Storm Rider, was said to have learned his magic from the lightning itself, spending years in solitary meditation during the most violent tempests, until he could command thunder and lightning as easily as other wizards might summon a gentle breeze. Stormwatch is unique among mountain communities for its relationship with destructive natural forces. Rather than seeking shelter from the fierce storms that regularly batter the peak, the residents have learned to harness their power. Lightning rods made of specially prepared magical metals channel electrical energy into crystalline storage devices that power the community's magical infrastructure. The constant electrical activity in the atmosphere allows for forms of magic impossible elsewhere, instantaneous long-distance communication through lightning networks, the creation of permanently electrified defensive barriers, and most spectacularly, the ability to travel by riding lightning bolts between distant peaks. The Scottish Highlands hide their own magical peak in the form of Moonrise Crag, a mountain that reveals its true nature only under specific lunar conditions. For most of each month it appears to be nothing more than an unusually tall and craggy highland peak. But during the 3 nights surrounding each full moon, when silver light bathes its slopes in ethereal radiance, the mountain transforms into something far more magical. Hidden chambers become visible, carved passages open in solid rock, and the community of lunar guardians emerges from what appears to be empty mountainside. This remarkable settlement was established by a coven of witches who discovered that certain forms of magic could only be performed under the direct light of the full moon at extreme altitude. Their leader, a mysterious figure known as the Moon Daughter, possessed the ability to transform moonlight into solid matter, creating buildings, tools, and even temporary living creatures from crystallized lunar energy. The Lunar Guardians developed an entire magical tradition based on lunar cycles, creating spells that could only be cast during specific moon phases and artifacts that drew their power from the changing face of the night sky. The community of Moonrise Crag exists in a state of constant transformation, its buildings and layout changing with each lunar cycle. During the dark of the moon, the settlement becomes nearly invisible, its inhabitants retreating into deep chambers where they maintain the magical artifacts and prepare for the burst of activity that comes with each full moon. As the moon waxes, more areas of the settlement become accessible, until during the peak of the lunar cycle, the entire mountain blazes with silver light and magical activity. These ancient peaks of power share certain characteristics that distinguish them from ordinary mountains. Each sits at the intersection of major ley lines, those invisible rivers of magical energy that crisscross the globe like a vast nervous system. The geological composition of each peak includes unusual magical minerals or crystals that naturally amplify and focus magical energy. Most importantly, each has been shaped over millennia by the presence of magical energy, developing unique properties that enhance certain types of spellwork while making others impossible to perform. The wizards who established communities on these peaks were not merely seeking isolation or protection from the mundane world. They were drawn by something deeper, the recognition that magic itself was stronger and more pure at these elevated locations. Their settlements became centers of magical learning and research, developing new theories and techniques that influenced the development of wizardry throughout the world. The legacy of these ancient mountain communities extends far beyond their individual contributions to magical knowledge. They established the principle that magic is not uniformly distributed across the world, but concentrated in specific locations where natural and supernatural forces converge. This understanding led to the mapping of ley lines, the development of theories about magical ecology, and ultimately to a more sophisticated understanding of how magic interacts with the physical world. As starlight pierces the thin atmosphere above these legendary peaks, illuminating snowfields that have never known human footsteps, one cannot help but wonder at the courage and vision of those first mountain wizards who climbed beyond the comfortable world below to establish these extraordinary communities among the clouds. What ancient wisdom might still be hidden in the peaks we have yet to explore, waiting for a wizard brave enough to climb beyond the limits of the known magical world? Chapter 3. Architecture Among the Clouds. As twilight paints the mountain peaks in shades of purple and gold, we explore the remarkable architectural achievements of wizards who dared to build their homes where earth meets sky. The construction of magical dwellings at such extreme altitudes required innovations in both magical technique and practical engineering that pushed the boundaries of what was thought possible in wizarding architecture. The fundamental challenge facing any mountain magical architect is the mountain itself. Unlike the malleable earth of valleys and plains, mountain stone is ancient, compressed by millennia of geological pressure into formations of incredible density and hardness. Traditional magical construction techniques, which rely on reshaping and manipulating natural materials, must be adapted to work with stone that resists even the most powerful transfiguration spells. The earliest mountain builders discovered that rather than fighting the mountain's inherent nature, they must learn to collaborate with it. Imagine standing before the entrance to Windspire Sanctuary, one of the most architecturally sophisticated mountain communities ever constructed. From the outside, the settlement appears to be nothing more than natural rock formations, indistinguishable from the countless other spires and pinnacles that crown the peak. Yet as you approach the seemingly solid stone face, guided by a wizard familiar with the mountain's secrets, subtle variations in the rock's texture become apparent. What appeared to be natural striations in the granite are actually precisely carved channels that direct wind flow around the structure, creating areas of calm in the midst of the constant gales that buffet the peak. The entrance itself is a masterwork of concealment and functionality. A section of rock face, weighing several tons, pivots silently on hidden hinges carved from the same granite as the mountain. The mechanism that operates this massive door draws its power not from the wizard who activates it, but from the temperature differential between the mountain's interior and the external air. As warm air from within the mountain meets the cold external atmosphere, the resulting magical reaction provides the energy needed to move the enormous stone barrier. Stepping through this hidden entrance, You find yourself in a vestibule that serves multiple crucial functions. The space acts as an airlock, allowing the atmospheric pressure within the mountain to equalize gradually with the thin air outside. Warming charms embedded in the walls begin working immediately, raising your body temperature to compensate for the bitter cold you've left behind. Most remarkably, the chamber's magical atmosphere slowly adjusts your blood chemistry, increasing the oxygen-carrying capacity of your bloodstream to help you adapt to the reduced air pressure at this extreme altitude. The interior architecture of Windspire Sanctuary reveals the ingenious solutions mountain builders developed to overcome the limitations of their environment. Rather than carving large open spaces that would be difficult to heat and structurally unsound in earthquake-prone mountain regions, the architects created a network of smaller interconnected chambers that flow through the mountain like a three-dimensional maze. Each room serves multiple purposes, with spaces that function as living areas during the day, transforming into sleeping chambers at night through carefully orchestrated transfiguration sequences. The lighting system throughout the sanctuary demonstrates the sophisticated understanding of magical engineering possessed by mountain architects. Rather than relying on torches or magical flames that would consume precious oxygen, the builders embedded thousands of small crystals throughout the walls and ceilings. These crystals, carefully selected for their ability to store and release light energy, are charged during the brief periods when direct sunlight penetrates the mountain through strategically placed light wells and mirror systems. The result is a gentle, consistent illumination that mimics natural daylight even in the deepest chambers of the mountain. Temperature control in mountain magical architecture requires solutions far more sophisticated than the simple heating charms used in lowland communities. The extreme temperature variations between day and night, combined with the constant threat of deadly cold, demanded the development of integrated thermal management systems. The architects of mountain communities learned to tap into the geothermal energy that exists within most peaks, using a combination of carefully placed runic arrays and heat-conducting magical metals to distribute warmth throughout their settlements. The Great Library of Cloud Peak Monastery exemplifies the pinnacle of mountain thermal engineering. This vast chamber, carved from a natural cavern deep within the mountain's heart, maintains a constant temperature year-round through an ingenious system that harnesses the mountain's own internal heat. Channels carved into the floor carry heated air from geothermal vents, while a series of magical heat exchangers capture and redistribute the warmth generated by the thousands of magical tomes housed within the library. The result is a space that remains comfortably warm even during the harshest winter storms, allowing scholars to pursue their research in comfort regardless of the conditions outside. Water management presents another significant challenge for mountain magical communities. Traditional wells are impossible at these altitudes, where groundwater lies far below the level of human habitation. Mountain architects developed sophisticated systems for capturing, storing, and recycling water that would be the envy of any modern magical engineer. Snow and ice collectors, magically enhanced to increase their efficiency, gather precipitation from the mountain's surface and channel it through purification systems that remove impurities while adding essential minerals lost in the thin mountain air. The water storage systems within mountain communities are marvels of magical engineering that demonstrate deep understanding of both practical necessity and magical theory. Rather than simply creating large reservoirs that might freeze during extreme cold, mountain architects designed modular storage systems that keep water in constant circulation through heated channels carved throughout the settlement. These channels serve multiple purposes, providing fresh water to all areas of the community, distributing heat through their warm flow, and creating the gentle sound of running water that helps mask the sounds of human activity from any external observers. Structural integrity in mountain architecture requires solutions that account for forces unknown in lowland construction. The constant expansion and contraction caused by extreme temperature variations, the stress of high winds that can exceed hurricane force, and the ever-present threat of seismic activity from the geological forces that created the mountains themselves, all place extraordinary demands on magical building techniques. The solution developed by master mountain architects involves a revolutionary approach called living stone construction. Rather than simply carving dead rock into the desired shapes, these builders learn to awaken the consciousness that exists within the mountain's geological structure. Through careful application of ancient earth magic, sections of the mountain are convinced to reshape themselves, creating chambers, passages, and architectural features that are not carved from the stone but grown from it. These living stone structures possess an inherent ability to adapt to changing conditions, automatically adjusting their configuration to accommodate thermal expansion, seismic stress, and the gradual geological changes that affect all mountain regions. The architectural philosophy of mountain magical communities reflects their unique relationship with the natural world. Unlike lowland magical architecture, which often seeks to impose human will upon the landscape, mountain building traditions emphasize harmony and cooperation with the mountain's existing nature. Buildings flow along natural rock formations rather than cutting through them, incorporating existing caves and crevices into their design rather than creating entirely artificial spaces. This philosophy is beautifully demonstrated in the residential quarters of Stormcrest Eyrie, where individual family dwellings are built into natural alcoves and ledges on the mountain's face. Each home is unique, shaped by the particular geological features of its location, yet all are connected by a network of protected walkways that allow movement between dwellings even during the fiercest storms. The exterior walls of these homes are actually the natural rock face of the mountain, magically enhanced for insulation and weather resistance, but otherwise unchanged from their original form. The integration of magical security systems into mountain architecture reflects the unique threats faced by these elevated communities. While lowland magical settlements must primarily concern themselves with concealment from Muggle observation, mountain communities face additional dangers from the extreme environment itself. Architectural security in these locations must protect against avalanches, lightning strikes, extreme weather events, and the occasional invasion by dangerous magical creatures that inhabit the highest peaks. The defensive systems built into mountain magical architecture are often integrated so seamlessly into the structural design that they are invisible to casual observation. The walls themselves serve as components in vast protective arrays that can generate force fields to deflect avalanche. Semper, lightning rods that can either channel electrical strikes safely into the mountain or redirect them as weapons against attackers, and environmental monitoring systems that can predict and prepare for extreme weather events, hours or even days in advance. The workshop areas within mountain communities represent some of the most innovative spaces in magical architecture, designed to take advantage of the unique conditions available at extreme altitudes. The reduced atmospheric pressure allows for forms of magical experimentation impossible at sea level, while the proximity to cosmic forces enables the creation of artifacts that channel stellar and lunar energies. Workshop spaces in mountain communities often feature retractable roofs that open to expose work areas directly to the sky, allowing artisans to work under the direct influence of celestial bodies. The forged chambers of Iron Peak Hold demonstrate the extraordinary possibilities available to mountain magical crafters. These workshops, carved into chambers that extend through the full thickness of the mountain, can be opened to create wind tunnels that channel the fierce mountain gales directly through the work areas. Master smiths use these controlled hurricane-force winds to achieve temperatures impossible with conventional magical flames, enabling the creation of metals and alloys that can only be forged under such extreme conditions. Communal spaces in mountain magical architecture serve purposes that extend far beyond their apparent functions. The Great Hall of Skyward Sanctuary, for example, functions not only as a gathering place for the community, but as a crucial component in the mountain's overall magical ecosystem. The chamber's acoustics are precisely tuned to amplify and focus the community's collective magical energy, creating resonances that strengthen individual spellcasting and enable group magical workings of unprecedented power. The architectural innovations developed by mountain magical communities have influenced wizarding construction throughout the world. Techniques originally developed to deal with extreme altitude and harsh mountain conditions have been adapted for use in other challenging environments. from underwater settlements to communities built in desert regions or polar ice caps. The living stone construction methods pioneered in mountain communities have revolutionized magical architecture, leading to buildings that can adapt and evolve over time, rather than remaining static structures. As the last light of day fades from the mountain peaks, leaving the architectural marvels of these high-altitude communities to gleam under starlight, one cannot help but admire the vision and skill of the wizards who created them. These buildings represent more than mere shelter from the elements. They are expressions of the human drive to create beauty and functionality, even in the most challenging circumstances imaginable. Standing within one of these remarkable structures, surrounded by walls that pulse gently with magical energy, and warmed by systems that harness the very forces of the mountain itself, you might reflect on how architecture can become a form of magic in its own right, transforming hostile environments into places of wonder and refuge. What impossible architectural dream might become reality if you possessed both the magical skill and the courage to build your vision in the most challenging environment you could imagine? Chapter 4. The Thin Air of Enchantment. In the hushed moments before dawn breaks over the highest peaks, when the air is so thin it seems to shimmer with possibility, we explore how altitude fundamentally transforms the practice of magic itself. The rarefied atmosphere of mountain heights creates conditions that enhance certain magical abilities, while rendering others nearly impossible, forcing mountain wizards to develop entirely new approaches to spellcasting and potion making. The relationship between atmospheric pressure and magical energy has puzzled magical theorists for centuries. While the exact mechanisms remain a subject of scholarly debate, the practical effects are undeniable to anyone who has attempted to cast spells at extreme altitude. Magic, it seems, flows more freely through the thin air of mountain peaks, meeting less resistance as it travels from wizard to target. Spells that require tremendous effort and concentration at sea level can be accomplished with remarkable ease in the rarefied atmosphere above the clouds. Consider the experience of Meridian Cloudwalker, a young witch who first attempted high-altitude spellcasting during her apprenticeship at the Celestial Observatory. Having mastered the standard levitation charm at her lowland academy, she was unprepared for what happened when she attempted the same spell at an altitude of 15,000 feet. The feather she intended to lift 6 inches from the table instead rocketed toward the chamber's ceiling with such force that it embedded itself in the stone overhead. Her professor, a veteran mountain wizard, smiled knowingly as he explained that she had just experienced her first lesson in altitude-adjusted spellcasting. The enhancement of magical power at altitude appears to be directly related to the reduced density of air molecules. In the thick atmosphere of lower elevations, magical energy must push through countless particles as it travels from source to target. At mountain heights, where the air is so thin that every breath requires conscious effort, magical energy encounters far less resistance. This creates what mountain wizards call the amplification effect, where spells cast with the same amount of magical energy produce results far more powerful than would be possible at sea level. However, this amplification comes with significant challenges that require mountain wizards to completely relearn their magical techniques. The enhanced power of high-altitude magic demands extraordinary precision and control. A carelessly cast spell that might produce minor inconvenience in a lowland setting could cause catastrophic damage in the thin air of the peaks. Mountain magical communities have developed specialized training techniques to help wizards adapt to these conditions, beginning with exercises that teach perfect magical control under the enhanced conditions of extreme altitude. The breathing techniques practiced by mountain wizards serve multiple purposes beyond simple adaptation to reduced oxygen levels. The specific patterns of controlled breathing taught in mountain communities help regulate the flow of magical energy through the caster's body, preventing the dangerous buildup of power that can occur when enhanced magical abilities are combined with the excitement and adrenaline of working at extreme altitude. Master mountain wizards can often be identified by their distinctive breathing patterns, even when they visit lowland communities, as these techniques become so ingrained that they continue the practice regardless of altitude. Potion making at high altitude presents its own unique set of challenges and opportunities. The reduced atmospheric pressure fundamentally alters the boiling points of liquids, the rate of evaporation, and the behavior of magical essences during the brewing process. Recipes that have been perfected over centuries at sea level often produce entirely different results when attempted in the thin air of mountain laboratories. This has led to the development of specialized high-altitude brewing techniques that take advantage of the unique conditions available only at extreme elevations. The workshop of Master Alchemist Stellaris Thinheart, located at an altitude where the air pressure is less than half that found at sea level, demonstrates the extraordinary possibilities available to mountain potion makers. Here, certain volatile magical essences that would be dangerous or impossible to work with at lower elevations become stable and manageable. The reduced atmospheric pressure allows for gentle distillation processes that preserve delicate magical properties while removing impurities. Most remarkably, some potions can only be successfully brewed at these extreme altitudes, as their magical effects depend on the specific interaction between magical ingredients and the rarefied mountain air. The preparation of altitude-specific potions requires ingredients that are themselves products of the mountain environment. Crystallized air, harvested during the brief moments when mountain winds carry moisture from the valleys below to the dry peaks above, serves as a crucial component in many high-altitude brews. This substance, appearing as tiny crystal formations that capture and preserve the essence of different atmospheric layers, can only be collected using specialized magical techniques during specific weather conditions. Atmospheric magical theory, developed primarily by mountain wizards, explains how the reduced air density at altitude affects the propagation of magical energy. According to this theory, magical force travels through air in ways similar to sound waves, but at frequencies far beyond human perception. The thinner air of mountain peaks allows these magical frequencies to travel with less distortion and interference, explaining why spells cast at altitude tend to be more precise and powerful than their sea-level equivalents. This understanding has led to the development of atmospheric magical instruments, devices that can measure and manipulate the magical properties of air at different altitudes. The ethereal barometer, invented by the legendary mountain wizard Altissimo Peakseeker, can detect minute changes in the magical density of air, allowing precise prediction of optimal conditions for different types of spellwork. More advanced versions of these instruments can actually modify atmospheric conditions within small areas, creating pockets of enhanced or reduced magical conductivity as needed for specific magical procedures. The study of weather magic reaches its most sophisticated expression in mountain magical communities, where practitioners work directly with the atmospheric forces that create mountain weather patterns. The techniques developed by mountain weather workers go far beyond simple rain calling or wind summoning. These wizards learn to read the subtle interactions between magical energy and atmospheric pressure, temperature gradients, and humidity levels that determine weather patterns across entire mountain ranges. Master Weather Weaver Cumulus Stormwright, whose observatory sits at the intersection of three major weather systems, has devoted her life to understanding how magical energy influences the formation of clouds, the direction of winds, and the intensity of precipitation. Her research has revealed that the enhanced magical conductivity of thin mountain air allows weather workers to influence atmospheric conditions across vast distances, creating weather patterns that can affect regions hundreds of miles away from the mountain peaks where the spells are cast. The challenges of maintaining magical equipment at extreme altitude have driven innovations in artifact preservation and enhancement. The combination of intense ultraviolet radiation, extreme temperature variations, and the corrosive effects of thin, dry air can rapidly degrade magical instruments that function perfectly at sea level. Mountain magical communities have developed specialized preservation techniques that not only protect artifacts from environmental damage, but actually enhance their performance under high-altitude conditions. The crystalline enhancement chambers used by mountain artifactors represent a significant advancement in magical equipment maintenance. These chambers, carved from naturally occurring magical crystals found only at extreme altitudes, create environments where magical artifacts can be charged with atmospheric energy while being protected from the harsh mountain environment. Wands stored in these chambers for extended periods often emerge with enhanced focusing properties, apparently gaining the ability to channel the concentrated magical energy characteristic of high-altitude environments. Communication magic at mountain altitudes benefits enormously from the enhanced conductivity of thin air, but also presents unique challenges related to the vast distances between mountain communities. Traditional magical communication methods, designed for use across the relatively short distances common in lowland magical settlements, must be adapted to work across the hundreds or even thousands of miles that separate mountain peaks. The Echo Crystal Network, developed by mountain communities throughout the Andes, demonstrates an innovative solution to long-distance magical communication. This system uses specially prepared crystals placed at strategic points throughout the mountain range to create a network of magical relay stations. Messages sent through the network travel from crystal to crystal, amplified and clarified at each station, allowing nearly instantaneous communication between communities separated by vast distances and treacherous terrain. The practice of defensive magic in mountain environments requires techniques adapted to the unique threats posed by extreme altitude. Traditional shield charms must be modified to account for the enhanced power of spells cast in thin air, while protection against environmental hazards like lightning strikes, avalanches, and extreme cold requires specialized magical approaches developed specifically for mountain conditions. The lightning cage technique, pioneered by the storm workers of the Rocky Mountain communities, exemplifies the innovative defensive magic developed for high-altitude environments. This advanced protective spell creates a network of controlled electrical fields around the caster that can redirect lightning strikes, neutralize electrical attacks, and even harness atmospheric electrical energy to power other defensive measures. The technique can only be successfully performed in the electrically active atmosphere of high mountain peaks, where the thin air allows for precise manipulation of electrical forces. Healing magic at altitude presents both opportunities and challenges that have shaped the development of specialized mountain medical practices. The enhanced magical conductivity of thin air allows healing spells to penetrate more deeply and work more efficiently than at sea level. However, the stress placed on the human body by extreme altitude conditions requires healing techniques that address not only injuries and illnesses, but also the ongoing physiological challenges of high-altitude living. Mountain healers have developed a comprehensive approach to altitude-adapted medicine that combines traditional magical healing with techniques designed to help the body cope with reduced oxygen levels, intense solar radiation, and extreme temperature variations. The Breath of the Peaks healing technique, taught only in the highest magical communities, helps patients adapt their respiratory and circulatory systems to function efficiently in the thin mountain air, while simultaneously healing any existing medical conditions. The study of astronomical magic reaches its highest expression in mountain communities, where the combination of thin atmosphere and elevated position provides unprecedented access to celestial influences. The reduced atmospheric interference at altitude allows mountain astronomers to observe and work with stellar energies that are completely invisible from lower elevations. Spells that draw their power from specific stars or planetary alignments become dramatically more powerful when cast from mountain peaks, where the caster stands as close to the heavens as terrestrial magic allows. The starlight focusing arrays constructed by mountain astronomical communities represent some of the most sophisticated magical engineering ever achieved. These installations, built at altitudes where the atmosphere provides minimal interference with celestial observations, can concentrate and channel stellar energy with extraordinary precision. During optimal celestial alignments, these arrays can achieve magical effects that approach the theoretical limits of what is possible within the constraints of terrestrial magic. As the mountain air grows thin around you, and each breath becomes a conscious act of will, you begin to understand how the very challenge of breathing at these heights serves as a metaphor for the enhanced magical practice of mountain wizards. Just as the thin air demands greater effort and attention for each breath, The amplified magic of high altitude requires correspondingly greater skill and control from those who would master it. The silence that exists at the highest peaks, where the air is too thin to carry sound effectively, creates a profound sense of isolation that paradoxically connects mountain wizards more deeply to the fundamental forces of magic itself. In this silence, freed from the distractions and interference of the lower world, magic becomes something purer and more direct than is possible anywhere else. What might you discover about the true nature of your own magical abilities if you climbed high enough to breathe the same thin air that has challenged and enhanced wizards for thousands of years? Chapter 5. Creatures of the High Places. As starlight filters through the crystalline air above the tree line, illuminating peaks where only the hardiest life can survive, we turn our attention to the remarkable magical creatures that have made these extreme heights their home. These beings, adapted to conditions that would quickly prove fatal to most magical life, represent some of the most extraordinary examples of magical evolution and environmental specialization found anywhere in the wizarding world. The ice phoenix of the Himalayas stands as perhaps the most magnificent and mysterious of all high-altitude magical creatures. Unlike their fire-dwelling cousins who nest in desert cliffs and volcanic chambers, ice phoenixes have adapted to the eternal cold of the world's highest peaks. Their feathers appear to be crafted from crystallized frost, each one catching and refracting light in ways that create prismatic displays of breathtaking beauty. When an ice phoenix spreads its wings against the backdrop of snow-covered peaks, the creature seems to become one with the mountain itself, its translucent plumage blending seamlessly with ice and snow. The song of an ice phoenix carries properties that would seem impossible to those familiar only with their fire-dwelling relatives. Rather than the warm, healing melodies associated with traditional phoenixes, the ice phoenix produces haunting notes that can literally freeze moisture from the air, creating delicate ice sculptures that hang suspended in the thin atmosphere. More remarkably, their song has the power to calm avalanches, somehow harmonizing with the frequency of shifting snow to prevent catastrophic slides that could devastate entire mountain faces. The relationship between ice phoenixes and mountain magical communities is one of mutual respect maintained across vast distances. These creatures nest in locations so remote and treacherous that even the most skilled mountain wizards rarely attempt to approach them. Instead, communication occurs through elaborate rituals performed during the full moon, when the enhanced magical conductivity of high-altitude air allows subtle magical signals to carry across the enormous distances between phoenix nests and wizard settlements. During times of extreme crisis, when mountain communities face threats that exceed their ability to defend themselves, ice phoenixes have been known to intervene in ways that suggest a deep understanding of the magical ecosystem they share with human inhabitants. Historical records from the Monastery of Eternal Winds describe occasions when approaching dark wizards found their path blocked by walls of ice that appeared from nowhere, created by phoenix song pitched at frequencies that instantly froze moisture in the air into barriers harder than stone. The wind serpents that inhabit the atmospheric layers above the highest peaks represent perhaps the most alien form of magical life found in mountain regions. These creatures exist primarily as concentrations of magical energy held together by crystallized air, visible only to those with the magical sight to perceive them. They appear as sinuous forms that ride the jet streams and thermal currents between mountain peaks, their serpentine bodies stretching for hundreds of feet through the thin atmosphere. Wind serpents feed on the electrical energy present in high-altitude air, particularly during thunderstorms when the atmospheric electrical activity reaches peak intensity. Their bodies serve as living lightning rods, absorbing and processing electrical energy in ways that magical researchers are only beginning to understand. During major storms, observers with enhanced magical vision report seeing dozens of wind serpents dancing through the lightning, their translucent forms glowing with absorbed electrical energy. The intelligence of wind serpents appears to be vast and utterly alien to human understanding. They communicate with each other across continental distances through modulations in atmospheric pressure that create infrasonic vibrations below the range of human hearing. Mountain communities have learned to interpret certain atmospheric phenomena as messages from the wind serpents, particularly the subtle pressure changes that often precede major weather events by several days. The relationship between wind serpents and mountain wizards is one of the most complex interspecies relationships documented in magical natural history. These creatures appear to view human magical activity with something approaching curiosity, occasionally altering their flight patterns to observe particularly powerful spellcasting or important magical rituals. In return, they sometimes provide assistance in the form of weather warnings or protection from atmospheric hazards, though their motivations remain completely mysterious to human observers. Crystal spiders, found only in the deepest caves of magical mountain peaks, represent a perfect adaptation to the unique geological conditions of high-altitude environments. These creatures, no larger than a human hand, construct their webs from spun magical crystal rather than silk, creating geometric patterns of extraordinary beauty and complexity. The webs serve not only as traps for the tiny magical insects that inhabit mountain caves, but as focusing arrays that concentrate ambient magical energy for the spider's use. The crystal webs created by these remarkable creatures possess properties that make them invaluable to mountain magical communities. The crystalline strands can store magical energy for extended periods, serving as batteries that can power magical devices when other energy sources are unavailable. More importantly, the geometric patterns of the webs create natural runic arrays that enhance the effectiveness of spells cast in their vicinity. Mountain wizards have developed careful protocols for harvesting crystal spider silk, ensuring that the spiders' populations remain stable while obtaining this valuable magical material. The relationship requires extraordinary patience, as crystal spiders are extremely sensitive to magical disturbances and will abandon their webs if they detect inappropriate magical activity in their territory. Successful silk harvesting often takes months of careful observation and gradual acclimation to allow the spiders to become comfortable with human presence. The therapeutic properties of crystal spider silk have made it one of the most sought-after magical healing materials in the wizarding world. When properly prepared, the crystalline strands can be woven into bandages that accelerate healing while providing protection against magical infections. The silk's ability to regulate magical energy flow makes it particularly effective for treating magical injuries that involve damage to a wizard's ability to channel magical force. Frost sprites, tiny humanoid creatures that inhabit the perpetual snowfields of the highest peaks, represent one of the few examples of successful magical adaptation to extreme cold environments. Standing no taller than a wizard's thumb, these creatures appear to be carved from living ice, their translucent bodies pulsing with soft blue light that provides the only illumination in the darkest mountain nights. These diminutive beings have developed a form of community life that parallels human mountain settlements in remarkable ways. They construct elaborate cities within glaciers and permanent snowfields, carving chambers and passages with tools made from crystallized air. Their architecture demonstrates an understanding of ice engineering that surpasses even the most skilled human practitioners, creating structures that remain stable despite the constant movement and change inherent in glacial environments. Frost sprites communicate through rapid variations in their bioluminescent glow, creating light patterns that convey complex information about weather conditions, magical energy fluctuations, and the presence of other magical creatures in their territory. Mountain wizards who have learned to interpret these light signals often rely on frost sprite communications for early warning of approaching storms or other environmental hazards. The relationship between frost sprites and mountain magical communities is characterized by mutual benefit and careful respect for territorial boundaries. The sprites possess an uncanny ability to predict weather patterns, days or even weeks in advance, information they share with human communities in exchange for protection against the occasional dragon or other large magical creature that threatens their delicate ice cities. Sky mantis, massive creatures that soar through the upper atmosphere above even the highest mountain peaks, represent the ultimate adaptation to high-altitude life. These beings with wingspans that can exceed 200 feet feed on the cosmic radiation and magical energy that penetrates the thin upper atmosphere. Their translucent bodies, visible only during certain atmospheric conditions, appear to be constructed from crystallized air held together by concentrated magical force. The life cycle of sky mantis remains largely mysterious, as these creatures spend most of their existence at altitudes where human observation is impossible. They descend to lower altitudes only during specific celestial alignments, when the interaction between cosmic forces and terrestrial magical energy creates feeding opportunities unavailable at their normal operating heights. During these rare descents, mountain communities sometimes witness spectacular displays as dozens of sky mantas perform elaborate aerial dances above the peaks. The few documented interactions between sky mantas and mountain wizards suggest that these creatures possess intelligence of a highly developed but utterly alien nature. They appear to perceive time and space in ways fundamentally different from human understanding, sometimes responding to magical communications sent years earlier or reacting to events that have not yet occurred from a human perspective. Mountain wraiths, ethereal beings that inhabit the boundary between the physical and spiritual realms, are drawn to high-altitude locations where the thin atmosphere creates conditions favorable to their semi-corporeal existence. These creatures appear as shifting forms of mist and shadow, visible primarily during the twilight hours, when the boundary between day and night mirrors their own existence between the material and spiritual worlds. The presence of mountain wraiths serves as an indicator of the spiritual health of mountain magical ecosystems. These beings are attracted to locations where the balance between different types of magical energy remains stable over long periods. Areas experiencing magical pollution or disruption quickly become uninhabitable for mountain wraiths, making their presence a reliable measure of environmental magical quality. Communication with mountain wraiths requires specialized techniques developed by mountain magical communities over centuries of careful observation and experimentation. These beings respond to emotional resonance rather than spoken language, requiring wizards to project specific emotional states while maintaining perfect mental clarity. Master mountain diplomats can conduct complex negotiations with mountain wraiths, often securing their cooperation in matters involving territorial protection or environmental restoration. Aurora deer, creatures that appear to be constructed from crystallized northern lights, inhabit the highest peaks where atmospheric conditions occasionally produce auroral displays, even at latitudes where such phenomena should be impossible. These magnificent beings feed on the electromagnetic energy that creates auroral displays, their antlers serving as natural focusing devices that can actually generate limited auroral effects, even in the absence of the atmospheric conditions that normally produce them. The appearance of aurora deer in mountain regions often coincides with periods of increased magical activity or important ceremonial events. Mountain communities have learned to interpret their presence as an indication of favorable conditions for particularly challenging magical undertakings. The deer themselves appear to be drawn to areas where powerful magic is being performed, perhaps feeding on the electromagnetic side effects of large-scale spellcasting. The conservation of high-altitude magical creatures has become a priority for mountain magical communities, as they recognize the crucial role these beings play in maintaining the delicate magical ecosystem of extreme altitude environments. The unique adaptations that allow these creatures to survive in conditions that would quickly prove fatal to lowland magical life make them irreplaceable components of mountain magical biodiversity. Protective measures developed by mountain communities include the establishment of sanctuary zones where human magical activity is strictly regulated to prevent interference with creature habitats, the development of monitoring systems that track creature populations and health indicators, and the creation of emergency response protocols for situations where creature welfare is threatened by environmental changes or external magical interference. The symbiotic relationships that have developed between mountain magical communities and high-altitude magical creatures represent some of the most successful examples of human-creature cooperation in the magical world. These relationships, built on mutual respect and careful attention to the needs of both human and creature populations, demonstrate that it is possible for magical beings to share extreme environments in ways that benefit all participants. As the thin mountain air carries the distant calls of creatures adapted to heights where few dare to venture, you might reflect on the remarkable resilience and adaptability that allows life to flourish even in the most challenging environments imaginable. What undiscovered wonders might await those brave enough to venture into the unmapped heights where creatures beyond imagination make their homes among the clouds and stars? Chapter 6. The Isolation Advantage. In the profound silence that exists only where mountains pierce the sky, far from the concerns and conflicts of the world below, we explore how geographic isolation has become the greatest strength of mountain magical communities. This remoteness, which might seem like a disadvantage to those accustomed to the conveniences of lowland life, has proven to be an invaluable asset that has shaped the development of mountain magical culture in remarkable ways. The natural fortress, created by extreme altitude and treacherous terrain, provides protection that no amount of magical concealment could match. While lowland magical communities must invest enormous effort in hiding their existence from Muggle observation, mountain settlements enjoy security through simple inaccessibility. The combination of thin air, unpredictable weather, and terrain that challenges even the most experienced mountaineers creates barriers that are far more effective than any magical ward or concealment charm. Consider the approach to Solitude Peak Sanctuary, a community nestled in a cirque formation at an altitude where the air pressure is less than half that found at sea level. The journey to reach this settlement requires 3 days of climbing through terrain so hostile that even skilled wizard mountaineers consider it a significant challenge. The path winds through areas where sudden weather changes can trap travelers for days, where a single misstep could result in a fall of thousands of feet, and where the thin air makes every movement an exercise in endurance and willpower. This natural protection has allowed mountain communities to preserve magical knowledge and practices that have been lost or suppressed elsewhere in the wizarding world. During periods of magical persecution or political upheaval, mountain settlements have served as repositories for dangerous or controversial magical research, hidden libraries, and refugee communities that would have been impossible to maintain in more accessible locations. The Great Concealment of 1692, which established the International Statute of Secrecy, requiring all magical communities to hide from Muggle observation, had minimal impact on mountain magical settlements. These communities had already achieved perfect concealment through their remote locations, and the new requirements simply formalized an isolation that had existed for centuries. While lowland communities struggled to adapt to new restrictions on magical practice, mountain wizards continued their research and daily lives with little change. This independence from external magical authority has fostered the development of unique magical traditions that exist nowhere else in the wizarding world. Free from the standardizing influence of large magical institutions and government oversight, mountain communities have evolved distinctive approaches to magic that reflect their specific environmental challenges and cultural values. The wind caller tradition, developed in the communities of the Andes Mountains, exemplifies this independent magical evolution. This school of magic focuses on the manipulation of atmospheric forces and the harnessing of high-altitude weather patterns for both practical and defensive purposes. Practitioners can summon protective mists that make their settlements invisible even to aerial observation, create localized weather systems that discourage unwanted visitors, and communicate across vast distances using atmospheric pressure variations that carry coded messages between mountain peaks. The isolation of mountain communities has also preserved ancient magical knowledge that predates the establishment of formal magical education systems. While standardized magical curricula have eliminated many traditional practices from lowland magical education, mountain communities continue to teach magical techniques that have remained unchanged for thousands of years. Master keepers of the lost ways, elderly wizards who serve as living repositories of ancient magical knowledge, can be found in mountain communities throughout the world. These individuals have dedicated their lives to preserving magical techniques that are no longer taught in formal magical schools, maintaining oral traditions that stretch back to the earliest days of magical practice. Their knowledge includes spells for communicating directly with geological forces, techniques for drawing magical energy from stellar and planetary alignments, and methods for creating artifacts that channel the fundamental forces of nature. The communication networks developed by mountain communities demonstrate remarkable ingenuity in overcoming the challenges of maintaining contact across vast distances and treacherous terrain. Rather than relying on the magical postal systems used by lowland communities, mountain wizards have created communication methods that take advantage of their unique environmental conditions. The Crystal Resonance Network, spanning the mountain ranges of Central Asia, uses specially prepared crystals placed at strategic locations throughout the region to create a communication system that operates independently of any external magical infrastructure. Messages encoded in specific harmonic frequencies can travel from crystal to crystal across hundreds of miles, allowing near instantaneous communication between communities that would otherwise be completely isolated from each other. More remarkably, this network operates using the enhanced magical conductivity of high-altitude air, drawing its power from atmospheric electrical activity and the cosmic radiation that penetrates the thin mountain atmosphere. The system becomes more efficient during aurora displays, solar storms, and certain celestial alignments, allowing for communication capabilities that exceed those available to many lowland magical communities with access to more conventional magical infrastructure. The isolation of mountain communities has created conditions that favor magical research and experimentation that would be impossible in more populated areas. The combination of enhanced magical conductivity at altitude, freedom from external oversight, and the protective barrier created by extreme terrain has made mountain settlements ideal locations for pursuing magical research that might be considered too dangerous or controversial for lowland communities. The Experimental Magical Research Collective, housed in a series of connected peaks in the Himalayas, represents one of the most ambitious magical research projects ever undertaken. This group of wizard researchers, working in complete isolation from the rest of the magical world, has spent decades investigating the fundamental nature of magical energy and its relationship to cosmic forces. Their research, conducted at altitudes where the atmosphere provides minimal interference with celestial observations, has led to breakthrough discoveries in magical theory that have revolutionized understanding of how magic operates at the most basic levels. The isolation that protects mountain communities also creates unique challenges that have shaped the development of mountain magical culture in profound ways. Limited contact with the outside world means that mountain communities must be largely self-sufficient, developing local solutions to problems that lowland communities might solve through trade or external assistance. This self-reliance has fostered a culture of innovation and resourcefulness that permeates every aspect of mountain magical life. Mountain wizards become skilled in multiple magical disciplines out of necessity, as the small populations of mountain communities cannot support the same degree of specialization found in larger magical settlements. A mountain wizard might serve simultaneously as healer, teacher, researcher, and defender, developing expertise across a range of magical fields that would be considered remarkable in lowland communities. The limited gene pool available in small, isolated mountain communities has led to the development of distinctive physical and magical characteristics that distinguish mountain wizards from their lowland counterparts. Generations of adaptation to high-altitude conditions have produced wizards with enhanced lung capacity, improved tolerance for low oxygen levels, and often heightened magical sensitivity that allows them to work effectively with the amplified magical forces present at extreme altitudes. These adaptive changes have also influenced the magical abilities that tend to manifest in mountain-born wizards. Children born at high altitude often show early aptitude for weather magic, astronomical observation, and the manipulation of atmospheric forces. Their magical development follows patterns that reflect the unique environmental conditions of their birthplace, often resulting in magical abilities that are perfectly suited to mountain life, but might seem unusual or specialized to wizards from other environments. The social structures that develop in isolated mountain communities reflect the unique challenges and opportunities created by their remote locations. The small populations and mutual dependence necessary for survival in extreme environments create tight-knit communities where individual contributions are valued and social cohesion is essential for survival. Decision-making in mountain communities typically involves consensus-building processes that ensure all community members have input into important choices. The isolation that protects these communities also means that poor decisions cannot be easily corrected through external assistance, making careful deliberation and community agreement essential for long-term survival and prosperity. The educational systems developed by mountain communities reflect both their isolation from formal magical institutions and their need to preserve specialized knowledge essential for survival in extreme environments. Young mountain wizards receive an education that combines traditional magical subjects with specialized training in high-altitude survival, weather prediction, geological assessment, and the unique magical techniques developed by their particular community. This educational approach produces wizards with skill sets that are perfectly adapted to mountain life, but might seem narrow or specialized to those accustomed to the broader, but less focused education provided by large magical institutions. However, the depth of knowledge and practical competence achieved by mountain-educated wizards often exceeds that of their peers from more conventional educational backgrounds. The cultural preservation achieved through isolation has maintained magical traditions and knowledge that provide valuable insights into the history and development of magical practice. Mountain communities serve as living museums of magical culture, preserving languages, customs, and practices that have disappeared elsewhere in the magical world. The Festival of High Winds, celebrated annually by mountain communities throughout the Rockies, exemplifies this cultural preservation. This ancient celebration, which predates the establishment of modern magical communities by centuries, involves magical practices that connect participants directly with the atmospheric forces that dominate mountain environments. The festival preserves techniques for weather prediction, avalanche prevention, and atmospheric magic that are found nowhere else in the modern magical world. As the mountain winds carry whispers of ancient knowledge across peaks that have sheltered magical communities for millennia, you might reflect on how isolation can become a source of strength rather than limitation. In a world where connection and communication are often valued above all else, mountain communities demonstrate that there are profound advantages to stepping back from the constant flow of external influence and focusing on developing deep, specialized knowledge and strong community bonds. The silence that surrounds mountain magical communities is not empty, but full of possibility, the possibility to preserve what is valuable from the past, to develop innovations that respond to unique challenges, and to create ways of life that prioritize depth of understanding over breadth of connection. What valuable aspects of your own magical development might flourish if you had the courage to seek the profound isolation that allows for deep focus and the preservation of knowledge that might otherwise be lost to the rush of modern magical life. Chapter 7. Weather Magic and Storm Calling. When thunder echoes through mountain valleys and lightning illuminates peaks that touch the heavens themselves, we enter the realm of weather magic as practiced by those who dwell closest to the sky. Mountain wizards have developed an understanding of atmospheric forces that surpasses anything achieved in lowland magical communities, working directly with the raw power of storms, winds, and precipitation to create magic of extraordinary scope and intensity. The art of storm calling represents perhaps the most dramatic and dangerous form of weather magic practiced anywhere in the wizarding world. Unlike the gentle rain charms taught in standard magical curricula, mountain storm calling involves the deliberate summoning and direction of violent weather systems capable of reshaping entire landscapes. This ancient practice requires not only exceptional magical skill, but also intimate knowledge of atmospheric physics, geological conditions, and the complex interactions between magical energy and meteorological phenomena. Imagine standing on the observation platform of Thunder Peak Observatory as Master Stormcaller Tempest Skywright begins the intricate process of summoning a controlled lightning storm. The thin mountain air seems to vibrate with anticipation as she raises her specially designed storm staff, its crystalline tip crackling with accumulated electrical energy. The ritual begins with careful observation of existing atmospheric conditions, wind patterns, pressure gradients, humidity levels, and the electrical potential building in distant clouds. The first phase of storm calling involves the delicate manipulation of atmospheric pressure over a vast area. Using techniques passed down through generations of mountain weather workers, the storm caller creates subtle pressure differentials that gradually draw moisture-laden air masses up the mountain slopes. This process, which might take hours to complete, requires extraordinary patience and precision, as rushing the atmospheric manipulation can result in uncontrolled weather events that could devastate the surrounding region. As water vapor rises through the thin mountain air, the storm caller begins the second phase of the ritual, the nucleation of storm clouds. This involves seeding the ascending air masses with microscopic particles of specially prepared magical crystals that serve as condensation points for the formation of water droplets. The choice of crystal type and the magical preparations applied to them determine the characteristics of the resulting storm, its intensity, duration, and the specific types of precipitation it will produce. The art of cloud architecture, developed exclusively by mountain weather workers, allows practitioners to design storm systems with extraordinary precision. Master cloud architects can create storms that produce rain in one valley while generating snow in an adjacent area, or storms that deliver precisely controlled amounts of precipitation to specific locations while leaving surrounding areas completely dry. This level of control requires understanding of atmospheric dynamics that combines magical theory with meteorological science at levels that approach the theoretical limits of both disciplines. The most challenging aspect of storm calling involves the management of electrical forces within the developing storm system. Lightning, while spectacular and useful for certain magical applications, represents enormous destructive potential that must be carefully controlled to prevent catastrophic damage. Mountain storm callers have developed techniques for directing lightning strikes with surgical precision, allowing them to use electrical discharges for constructive purposes such as charging magical artifacts, powering community infrastructure, or even surgical medical procedures that require precisely controlled electrical energy. The lightning weaving technique, practiced only by the most skilled mountain weather workers, involves the real-time manipulation of electrical discharges during active thunderstorms. Practitioners use specially designed conductive wands to catch and redirect lightning bolts, weaving patterns of electrical energy through the air that can create temporary magical effects of extraordinary power. The technique is extremely dangerous, as a single miscalculation can result in electrical injuries that are often fatal even with the best magical medical treatment. Wind magic at mountain altitudes takes advantage of the powerful air currents and pressure differentials that characterize high-altitude environments. Mountain wind workers develop the ability to read and influence the complex patterns of air movement that flow around and between mountain peaks, using their understanding of these patterns to create effects ranging from gentle breezes that carry messages across vast distances to hurricane-force winds capable of defending entire communities from external threats. The spiral winds technique, unique to mountain magical practice, involves the creation of controlled vortex systems that can channel and concentrate atmospheric energy over specific areas. These magical tornadoes, while much smaller and more controlled than their natural counterparts, can generate pressures and wind speeds that make them formidable tools for both construction and defense. Master wind workers can use spiral winds to lift enormous stones during construction projects, clear avalanche debris from important transportation routes, or create barriers of moving air that can deflect projectiles and turn aside attacking creatures. Avalanche prediction and control represents one of the most crucial applications of mountain weather magic. The ability to predict when unstable snow conditions might trigger catastrophic avalanches can mean the difference between life and death for entire mountain communities. Mountain weather workers have developed sophisticated magical techniques for assessing snow stability, detecting the subtle signs that precede avalanche formation, and when necessary, triggering controlled avalanches under safe conditions to prevent larger, more dangerous slides. The snow singing technique allows practitioners to communicate directly with accumulated snow masses, sensing the internal stresses and structural weaknesses that might lead to avalanche formation. Master snow singers can detect dangerous conditions days or even weeks before they would be apparent through conventional observation methods, providing crucial early warnings that allow communities to take protective measures or evacuate threatened areas. More remarkably, skilled snow singers can influence the structural properties of snow masses, strengthening weak layers or encouraging controlled releases that prevent the buildup of dangerous conditions. This intervention requires extraordinary skill and judgment, as inappropriate manipulation of snow structure can actually increase avalanche risk rather than reducing it. Temperature manipulation at mountain altitudes involves working with temperature extremes that would be impossible to achieve safely in lowland environments. The dramatic temperature variations that characterize mountain climates provide opportunities for magical techniques that take advantage of rapid heating and cooling cycles, thermal expansion and contraction effects, and the interaction between magical energy and extreme temperature conditions. The thermal gradient technique allows mountain weather workers to create precisely controlled temperature differentials across small areas, producing effects that can range from the formation of localized ice formations to the creation of warm microclimates that can support plant growth even in the harshest mountain conditions. These temperature manipulations require careful attention to the broader atmospheric system, as inappropriate thermal changes can trigger dangerous weather events, such as violent wind shears or unexpected storm formation. Fog and mist magic represents a subtler, but equally important aspect of mountain weather working. The ability to create and control fog formations provides mountain communities with natural concealment that can hide entire settlements from aerial observation, while also serving practical purposes such as moisture collection and climate modification. The living mist technique involves the creation of fog formations that can be directed and shaped according to the practitioner's will. These magical mists can be made to flow through specific areas while avoiding others, providing concealment where needed, while maintaining clear visibility in important locations. More advanced practitioners can create mists that carry magical properties such as healing vapors, protective enchantments, or even communication capabilities that allow messages to be transmitted through the mist itself. Precipitation control extends far beyond simple rain calling to include the precise management of snow, sleet, hail, and other forms of atmospheric moisture. Mountain weather workers can determine not only when and where precipitation occurs, but also its specific characteristics, the size of snowflakes, the temperature of raindrops, the density of fog formations, and the duration of weather events. The crystal rain technique, developed in the highest mountain communities where atmospheric conditions can create unique forms of precipitation, involves the formation of ice crystals with specific magical properties. These enchanted ice formations can serve as temporary magical artifacts, carrying spells or magical energy to distant locations before melting and releasing their magical effects. Some mountain communities use crystal rain for community-wide magical effects, such as seasonal protection spells or enhanced crop growth. Atmospheric pressure manipulation represents one of the most sophisticated aspects of mountain weather magic. The ability to create controlled pressure changes over large areas allows weather workers to influence weather patterns across entire mountain ranges, creating effects that can persist for days or weeks after the initial magical intervention. The pressure wave technique involves the creation of slowly moving pressure differentials that can redirect existing weather systems, break up dangerous storm formations before they reach full intensity, or create favorable conditions for specific magical activities that require particular atmospheric conditions. This technique requires understanding of regional weather patterns and the ability to predict how pressure changes will interact with existing atmospheric conditions over time, periods that can extend for weeks or even months. The defensive applications of mountain weather magic have protected mountain communities from external threats throughout their history. Weather workers can create protective storms that make aerial approach impossible, fog barriers that prevent visual reconnaissance, or wind patterns that redirect projectiles and flying creatures away from defended areas. The storm wall technique represents the ultimate expression of defensive weather magic. This advanced working creates a barrier of violent weather that can extend for miles around a protected area, generating conditions so dangerous that even the most determined attackers are forced to seek alternative approaches. Storm walls can maintain themselves for extended periods by drawing energy from the natural weather patterns of the region, creating semi-permanent defensive barriers that require minimal ongoing magical maintenance. The healing applications of mountain weather magic take advantage of the unique atmospheric conditions available at high altitudes. Certain respiratory conditions respond favorably to treatment with carefully controlled pressure changes, while the enhanced magical conductivity of thin mountain air allows for healing techniques that combine traditional medical magic with atmospheric manipulation. The breath of the peak's healing technique uses controlled pressure changes and specially prepared atmospheric conditions to help patients with altitude-related medical problems. The technique can gradually acclimatize lowland visitors to high-altitude conditions, treat altitude sickness, and even enhance the lung capacity and oxygen processing ability of mountain residents. As the wind carries the distant rumble of thunder across peaks shrouded in storm clouds, you might reflect on the profound connection between mountain weather workers and the atmospheric forces they have learned to influence. Their magic represents a partnership with natural forces rather than domination over them, requiring deep respect for the power and unpredictability of the atmosphere, while developing the skill and knowledge necessary to work safely with forces capable of reshaping the landscape itself. Standing in the eye of a magically controlled storm, surrounded by wind and lightning yet perfectly safe within the practitioner's zone of influence, you might wonder what other seemingly chaotic forces in your own life could be understood, respected, and perhaps gently guided through patient study and careful practice. What storms in your own experience might transform from sources of fear and chaos into opportunities for growth and positive change, if you develop the courage and skill to work with them, rather than simply enduring their effects. Chapter 8. Mining Magic and Mountain Treasures. In the profound darkness of mountain depths, where ancient pressures have transformed common stone into treasures of extraordinary magical power, we explore the delicate art of magical mining and the remarkable substances that can be found only in the heart of the world's highest peaks. The extraction of these materials requires techniques that balance the urgent need for magical components with deep respect for the geological forces that created them over millions of years. The formation of magical minerals at extreme altitudes involves processes that remain only partially understood even by the most learned magical geologists. The combination of intense pressure, cosmic radiation, and the concentrated magical energy that characterizes high-altitude environments creates conditions where ordinary minerals undergo transformations that imbue them with extraordinary magical properties. These materials, known collectively as altitude crystals, possess characteristics that make them invaluable for magical applications while remaining extremely difficult and dangerous to extract. Consider the legendary Starfall mines, carved into the northern face of Mount Celestial at altitudes where the air pressure is barely sufficient to sustain human life. Here, master miners work in conditions that would quickly prove fatal to anyone not specially trained and magically adapted to extreme altitude mining. The tunnels extend deep into the mountain's heart, following veins of crystallized starlight that formed when cosmic radiation interacted with the mountain's mineral structure over geological time periods. The primary treasure sought in these mines is stellarite, a translucent crystal that appears to contain tiny points of captured starlight. This remarkable material can only form under the specific conditions found at extreme altitudes, where the thin atmosphere provides minimal protection from cosmic radiation, while the intense pressure deep within mountain cores compresses ordinary quartz into its magical crystalline form. Stellarite possesses the unique property of storing and amplifying magical energy while remaining completely stable under normal environmental conditions. The extraction of stellarite requires mining techniques that have been developed and refined over centuries of dangerous experimentation. Traditional mining methods, which rely on breaking and crushing rock to extract valuable materials, would destroy the delicate crystalline structure that gives stellarite its magical properties. Instead, mountain miners have developed a process called resonance extraction, which uses carefully controlled magical vibrations to separate stellarite crystals from their surrounding rock matrix without damage. Master Resonance Miner Harmonic Deep Delver demonstrates this technique in the working chambers of the Starfall mines. Using a specially crafted tuning wand made from crystallized mountain wind, she creates precise magical frequencies that cause stellarite crystals to vibrate in harmony with the sound waves. As the crystals reach the correct resonance frequency, they begin to separate naturally from the surrounding rock, emerging from their stone cocoons like butterflies from chrysalises. The process requires extraordinary skill and patience, as each stellarite crystal has a unique resonance frequency determined by its size, internal structure, and the specific magical forces present during its formation. A master resonance miner must be able to identify these individual frequencies and adjust their magical vibrations accordingly, often spending hours working with a single crystal to achieve the perfect harmonic match that allows for safe extraction. The relationship between mountain magical communities and goblin mining operations represents one of the most complex interspecies partnerships in the magical world. Goblins, with their unparalleled understanding of underground engineering and their natural resistance to the dangerous gases and unstable conditions found in deep mountain mines, provide essential expertise that allows human miners to work safely in conditions that would otherwise be fatal. The Treaty of Deep Cooperation, negotiated between the Confederation of Mountain Communities and the high-altitude goblin clans, established protocols for shared mining operations that respect both human magical needs and goblin territorial rights. Under the terms of this agreement, goblin engineers design and maintain the structural elements of mountain mines, while human magical specialists handle the extraction of materials that require magical techniques for safe removal. The partnership extends beyond simple labor division to include shared research into mining techniques that minimize environmental impact while maximizing the extraction of valuable magical materials. Goblin engineers have developed revolutionary tunneling methods that follow the natural stress patterns within mountains, creating mine shafts that actually strengthen the mountain's structural integrity rather than weakening it. Human magical engineers contribute spells and enchantments that protect miners from the dangerous magical radiations often present around high-value mineral deposits. Mithril veins, found only in the deepest and most inaccessible portions of mountain cores, represent the ultimate prize for mountain miners. This legendary metal, lighter than aluminum yet stronger than steel, possesses magical conductivity properties that make it invaluable for the creation of advanced magical artifacts. The formation of mithril requires geological processes so rare and specific that finding even small quantities represents a discovery of extraordinary significance. The detection of mithril deposits requires techniques that combine magical sensing with conventional geological survey methods. Mithril's unique magical properties create subtle distortions in the local magical field that can be detected using specially designed scanning instruments. These devices, called geological thalmic resonators, measure variations in magical energy density that indicate the presence of buried mithril deposits. The extraction of mithril presents challenges that dwarf those involved in mining other magical materials. Mithril exists in a state of constant magical flux, requiring specialized containment techniques to prevent the metal from destabilizing during extraction. The mining chambers used for mithril extraction are lined with stabilization crystals that create a controlled magical environment, preventing the violent magical reactions that can occur when mithril is exposed to uncontrolled magical fields. Dragon crystals, formed in the deepest mountain caverns, where ancient dragons once made their lairs, represent another category of mountain treasure that requires specialized extraction techniques. These crystals, infused with residual dragon magic accumulated over centuries of exposure to dragon fire, and the intense magical aura that surrounds these legendary creatures possess properties that make them incredibly valuable for magical applications involving fire, transformation, and the manipulation of magical energy itself. The ethical considerations involved in dragon crystal mining reflect the complex relationship between mountain communities and the dragon populations that inhabit the highest and most remote peaks. While dragons no longer actively occupy many of their ancestral lairs, they maintain strong territorial attachments to these locations and consider dragon crystal deposits to be part of their hereditary treasure hoards. Successful dragon crystal mining operations require careful negotiation with local dragon populations, often involving complex agreements that specify exactly how much crystal can be extracted, what compensation must be provided to the dragons, and what protections must be maintained to preserve the magical ecosystem of the dragon lairs. These negotiations can take years to complete, and often involve multiple generations of both human miners and dragon custodians. The magical properties of dragon crystals vary depending on the specific type of dragon that created them and the particular magical environment of their formation. Crystals formed in the lairs of fire dragons possess exceptional heat resistance and can channel thermal energy with remarkable efficiency. Those created in ice dragon territories exhibit properties that make them invaluable for preservation magic and temperature control applications. Atmospheric pressure diamonds, formed only under the extreme conditions found at the highest mountain altitudes, represent a unique category of magical gemstone that demonstrates the remarkable creative power of mountain geological processes. These diamonds form when carbon-bearing minerals are subjected simultaneously to the intense pressure found deep within mountain cores and the unique magical fields generated by cosmic radiation penetrating the thin, high-altitude atmosphere. The resulting gems possess a crystalline structure that incorporates magical energy as a fundamental component of their molecular organization. Atmospheric pressure diamonds can store enormous amounts of magical energy while remaining completely stable under normal conditions, making them ideal for applications requiring long-term energy storage or the creation of magical artifacts that must function reliably over extended periods. The cutting and preparation of atmospheric pressure diamonds requires techniques that have been developed specifically for working with magically active gemstones. Traditional diamond cutting methods, which rely on mechanical stress to cleave the stone along natural fracture lines, cannot be used with atmospheric pressure diamonds because their magical properties make them respond unpredictably to mechanical stress. Instead, mountain gem cutters use magical dissolution techniques that gradually reshape the diamond by convincing its crystalline structure to reorganize itself according to the cutter's design. This process, called structural persuasion, can take months to complete for a single stone, and requires constant magical monitoring to ensure that the diamond's magical properties are preserved and enhanced, rather than damaged during the cutting process. Icefire opals, found only in the permanent ice fields of the highest mountain peaks, represent perhaps the most beautiful and mysterious of all mountain treasures. These gems appear to contain frozen flames, trapped within ice-clear crystal, creating optical effects that seem to defy physical laws. The formation process for icefire opals remains largely mysterious, though it appears to involve the interaction between extreme cold, intense magical energy, and trace minerals found only in high-altitude ice formations. The harvesting of icefire opals requires mining techniques adapted to work within living ice formations that can shift and change without warning. Mining teams must work quickly and carefully, as the ice environments where these gems form are inherently unstable and can become dangerous or inaccessible with little warning due to changes in temperature, weather patterns, or magical energy flows. The preservation of icefire opals after extraction presents unique challenges, as these gems can lose their magical properties if exposed to temperatures above freezing or removed from the specific magical environment of their formation. Specialized storage techniques have been developed that maintain the gems in magically controlled environments that replicate the conditions of their origin, ensuring that their extraordinary properties remain stable after removal from their natural settings. The environmental impact of mountain magical mining has become an increasingly important consideration as mountain communities have grown and the demand for magical materials has increased. The delicate ecological balance that exists in high-altitude environments can be easily disrupted by inappropriate mining techniques, potentially causing damage that could take centuries to repair. Sustainable mining practices developed by mountain communities focus on extraction methods that work with natural geological processes rather than against them. These techniques involve careful assessment of each potential mining site to understand how extraction activities might affect local magical ecosystems, water systems, and the stability of surrounding geological formations. The restoration magic used to rehabilitate exhausted mining sites represents some of the most sophisticated environmental magic practiced anywhere in the wizarding world. These techniques can accelerate natural healing processes, encourage the regrowth of magical plant communities, and even influence geological processes to restore damaged rock formations to their original condition. Master environmental restorer Tara Healingstone has devoted her career to developing magical techniques for mining site rehabilitation. Her work in the exhausted chambers of the ancient crystal mines has demonstrated that even heavily damaged mountain environments can be restored to their original condition through patient application of appropriate magical techniques combined with careful management of natural recovery processes. The economic importance of mountain magical mining extends far beyond the local communities where extraction takes place. Many of the most advanced magical artifacts used throughout the wizarding world depend on materials that can only be obtained from high-altitude mining operations. The specialized knowledge and techniques required for mountain mining have made mountain communities crucial partners in the broader magical economy. The Guild of Mountain Miners, an organization that coordinates mining activities across multiple mountain ranges, has established standards and practices that ensure both the safety of mining operations and the sustainable extraction of magical materials. The Guild's certification programs train miners in specialized techniques while promoting ethical practices that protect both human workers and the mountain environments where they operate. As the soft glow of magical crystals illuminates mining chambers carved deep within the mountain's heart, you might reflect on the patience and dedication required to extract treasures that have been forming for millions of years. The work of mountain miners represents a partnership between human ingenuity and the creative forces of geological time, requiring respect for natural processes while harnessing their results for magical purposes. In the quiet depths where starlight crystallizes into solid form and pressure transforms ordinary stone into materials of extraordinary power, you might consider what hidden treasures lie buried within your own experiences, waiting for the patient excavation that could reveal their true value. What valuable aspects of your own character or abilities might emerge if you applied the same careful, respectful approach that mountain miners use to extract treasures from the heart of ancient stone? Chapter 9. The Seasonal Rhythms of Peak Life. As the wheel of seasons turns above the clouds, painting mountain peaks in the ever-changing colors of time's passage, we explore how the inhabitants of these elevated realms have learned to dance with nature's most dramatic seasonal transitions. Life at extreme altitude follows rhythms far more intense and demanding than those experienced in gentler lowland climates, requiring adaptations that transform the very nature of existence in magical mountain communities. The approach of winter in mountain magical communities begins not with the first snowfall, but with subtle changes in atmospheric pressure and magical energy patterns that experienced mountain dwellers can detect weeks before any visible signs appear. The thin air that characterizes high-altitude environments becomes even more sensitive to seasonal transitions, carrying information about approaching weather systems across vast distances and allowing skilled weather readers to prepare for seasonal changes with remarkable precision. Imagine walking through the terraced gardens of Frost Peak Sanctuary as autumn begins its inexorable march toward winter. The master gardeners move through their elevated plots with practiced efficiency, harvesting the last of the high-altitude crops that can only grow during the brief mountain summer. These plants, adapted to extreme conditions and enhanced by magical cultivation techniques, produce yields that must sustain the community through the long months when outdoor growing becomes impossible. The preservation magic employed by mountain communities represents some of the most sophisticated food storage techniques developed anywhere in the wizarding world. Traditional preservation spells, designed for use in stable lowland environments, must be extensively modified to account for the extreme temperature variations and magical energy fluctuations that characterize mountain climates. The result is a complex system of layered preservation enchantments that can maintain food quality and nutritional value for months or even years under conditions that would quickly spoil ordinary preserved foods. The Great Storehouse of Cloud Peak Community exemplifies the advanced preservation techniques developed by mountain wizards. This vast underground chamber, carved from solid granite and lined with crystals that regulate temperature and humidity, maintains perfect storage conditions regardless of external weather patterns. The preservation spells woven into the chamber's walls create microenvironments optimized for different types of food storage, allowing the community to maintain fresh vegetables, preserved meats, and even delicate fruits throughout the harshest winter conditions. The social transformation that accompanies winter preparation in mountain communities reflects the profound cooperation necessary for survival in extreme environments. The individualistic attitudes that might be sustainable during the brief summer months give way to coordinated community efforts that ensure everyone's survival during the challenging winter period. Work assignments are distributed according to ability and need rather than personal preference, and community resources are managed with careful attention to the needs of the most vulnerable members. Winter isolation in mountain communities creates conditions that would challenge even the most close-knit lowland magical settlements. When storms can trap entire communities for weeks at a time, when temperatures drop to levels that make outdoor activity potentially fatal, and when magical communications with the outside world become unreliable due to atmospheric interference, mountain communities must become completely self-sufficient in every aspect of daily life. The psychological preparations for winter isolation are as important as the physical ones. Mountain communities have developed elaborate cultural traditions that help residents maintain mental health and social cohesion during the long months of confinement. Storytelling circles, magical craft workshops, and community education programs provide structure and purpose during periods when outdoor activities become impossible. The Festival of Inner Light, celebrated throughout mountain communities during the darkest days of winter, demonstrates the sophisticated understanding of psychological well-being that mountain cultures have developed. This week-long celebration combines magical light displays, community feasting, artistic competitions, and spiritual practices designed to combat the depression and anxiety that can result from extended isolation and limited sunlight exposure. The magical heating systems that sustain mountain communities through winter represent engineering achievements that rival the greatest works of lowland magical architecture. These systems must provide consistent warmth throughout structures that may be subjected to temperature differentials of 100 degrees or more between interior and exterior environments, while operating efficiently enough to conserve magical energy throughout the long winter months. The thermal web system developed by the engineers of Rime Peak Hold demonstrates the sophisticated integration of magical and natural heating sources that characterizes advanced mountain heating technology. This network of enchanted channels carries heated air from geothermal sources deep within the mountain throughout the community's residential and common areas, while magical heat amplifiers increase the efficiency of the system and provide backup heating during extreme weather events. The distribution of heat through mountain communities requires careful attention to the needs of different areas and activities. Residential quarters need consistent moderate warmth for comfort and health, while workshop areas may require higher temperatures for specific magical processes. Common areas must be warm enough for large gatherings, while storage areas need controlled temperatures that preserve food and materials without wasting magical energy. Spring's arrival in mountain communities is greeted with celebrations that reflect both relief at surviving another winter and excitement about the renewal of outdoor activities and contact with the broader magical world. However, spring in mountain environments brings its own challenges, as rapidly changing weather patterns create conditions that can be even more dangerous than the stable cold of winter. The snowmelt season presents particular hazards that require careful magical management to prevent catastrophic damage to mountain communities. The enormous quantities of snow and ice that accumulate during winter can create flooding, landslides, and structural damage when they melt too rapidly. Mountain communities have developed sophisticated water management systems that control the rate of snowmelt while channeling meltwater into useful applications such as hydroelectric power generation and agricultural irrigation. The controlled melt technique, practiced by water management specialists throughout mountain communities, involves the careful application of warming spells to snow and ice deposits in patterns that ensure gradual, manageable water release. This process requires constant monitoring and adjustment as weather conditions change, often involving teams of specialists working around the clock during the critical snowmelt period. The agricultural renaissance that accompanies spring in mountain communities involves magical growing techniques that maximize food production during the brief growing season, available at extreme altitudes. Mountain farmers have developed crop varieties and cultivation methods that can produce substantial yields in the short time available between the end of winter storms and the beginning of autumn weather preparations. Magical soil enhancement techniques allow mountain farmers to create growing conditions that would be impossible through natural means alone. The soil awakening ritual, performed annually in mountain agricultural communities, involves the magical activation of soil microorganisms that have remained dormant during the winter months. This process accelerates soil warming, improves nutrient availability, and creates optimal growing conditions weeks before natural processes would allow for spring planting. The greenhouse magic employed by mountain agricultural communities creates controlled growing environments that extend the effective growing season while protecting crops from the unpredictable weather patterns that characterize mountain springs. These magical greenhouses maintain optimal temperature, humidity, and light conditions regardless of external weather, while providing protection from the intense ultraviolet radiation that can damage plants at high altitudes. Summer in mountain communities represents a period of intense activity as residents take advantage of the brief season when outdoor work becomes practical and communication with lowland communities becomes reliable. The compressed growing season demands agricultural techniques that can produce maximum yields in minimum time, while the limited period of favorable weather requires careful prioritization of maintenance, construction, and social activities. The magical enhancement of photosynthesis allows mountain plants to achieve growth rates that would be impossible under natural conditions. The sunlight concentration technique involves the use of magical crystals and mirrors to focus and intensify available sunlight, creating growing conditions that allow crops to mature in weeks rather than months. This process requires careful monitoring to prevent plant damage from excessive light exposure, while ensuring optimal growing conditions throughout the brief summer season. The summer construction season in mountain communities involves building and maintenance projects that must be completed during the limited period when materials can be transported to high-altitude locations and workers can operate safely in outdoor conditions. The coordination required for these projects involves careful planning that begins months in advance and requires precise timing to ensure completion before autumn weather makes continued work impossible. The magical acceleration of construction processes allows mountain builders to accomplish in weeks what might take months under normal conditions. The rapid setting technique, used for magical concrete and stone bonding applications, creates permanent construction that can withstand extreme weather conditions while being completed in timeframes that accommodate the compressed mountain building season. Autumn preparation in mountain communities involves a careful transition from the abundance and activity of summer to the conservation and introspection of winter. This period requires the completion of food preservation, fuel gathering, equipment maintenance, and social preparation that will sustain the community through the coming months of isolation. The Harvest Festival, celebrated throughout mountain magical communities, marks not only the completion of agricultural activities, but also the beginning of the psychological preparation for winter isolation. This celebration combines thanksgiving for the summer's productivity with rituals designed to strengthen community bonds and prepare residents mentally and spiritually for the challenges of the coming winter. The magical preservation of summer's abundance involves techniques that maintain not only the nutritional value of food, but also its magical properties throughout the storage period. The energy preservation technique allows magical herbs and ingredients to retain their potency indefinitely, ensuring that mountain communities have access to essential magical materials even during periods when fresh collection becomes impossible. The weather prediction traditions maintained by mountain communities represent accumulated knowledge developed over centuries of careful observation and magical study. These techniques allow experienced weather readers to predict seasonal changes with accuracy that exceeds even the most sophisticated modern meteorological methods, providing the advance warning necessary for adequate preparation. The seasonal sensing ritual, performed by master weather workers at the beginning of each seasonal transition, involves the magical detection of atmospheric patterns that indicate the approaching season's characteristics. This information allows communities to adjust their preparations according to the specific challenges expected during the coming months, whether those involve unusual cold, extended storms, or variations in the timing of seasonal transitions. The cyclical nature of mountain life creates a rhythm that connects residents deeply to the natural world, while requiring adaptations that push the boundaries of human endurance and ingenuity. Each season brings its own gifts and challenges, creating a way of life that is both demanding and deeply rewarding for those who choose to make their homes among the peaks. As the endless cycle of seasons continues its ancient dance above the clouds, transforming mountain landscapes with the regular rhythm of cosmic time, you might reflect on how seasonal awareness in your own life could deepen your connection to natural rhythms and help you prepare more effectively for the inevitable changes that mark the passage of time. In the profound seasonal contrasts that characterize mountain life, where summer's abundance must sustain winter's austerity, and spring's promise must be earned through autumn's careful preparation, what lessons might you discover about balancing present enjoyment with future security? What seasonal rhythms in your own experience could benefit from the kind of careful attention and respectful preparation that allows mountain communities to thrive in harmony with nature's most dramatic transitions? Chapter 10. Trade Routes. Through the sky, in the vast expanses above the clouds, where ancient pathways carved from wind and starlight connect the most remote peaks of the magical world, we explore the extraordinary network of aerial trade routes that have sustained mountain magical communities for millennia. These sky roads, invisible to earthbound observers, yet as real and well-traveled as any lowland highway, represent one of the most remarkable achievements in magical transportation and commerce. The establishment of reliable aerial trade routes between mountain communities required innovations in navigation, weather prediction, and magical transportation that pushed the boundaries of what was thought possible in wizarding travel. Unlike the relatively straightforward ground-based trade routes used by lowland magical communities, sky roads must account for three-dimensional navigation through atmospheric conditions that can change from favorable to deadly within moments. Imagine standing on the departure platform of the great aerial harbor of Windspear Peak as the monthly trade caravan prepares for its journey to distant mountain communities. The platform, carved from a natural outcropping that extends beyond the mountain's main face, provides an unobstructed launching point into the thin air that serves as the highway for high-altitude magical commerce. The sight that greets you challenges everything you might have believed about the limitations of magical transportation. The caravan consists of a fleet of specially designed sky vessels, each one a marvel of magical engineering, adapted for the unique challenges of high-altitude flight. These craft, known as atmospheric traders, combine the carrying capacity of traditional cargo vessels with the maneuverability and altitude capabilities necessary for navigation through the treacherous air currents that characterize mountain flight paths. The lead vessel, Starwind Merchant, exemplifies the sophisticated design principles that govern Skytrader construction. Its hull, crafted from a combination of lightweight magical woods and reinforced with altitude-resistant enchantments, can withstand the pressure differentials and temperature extremes encountered during high-altitude flight, while providing ample cargo space for the valuable goods that sustain mountain commerce. The navigation systems employed by Skytraders represent some of the most advanced magical technology developed anywhere in the wizarding world. Traditional navigation methods, which rely on landmarks and magnetic compass readings, become unreliable or impossible at the altitudes where mountain trade routes operate. Instead, sky navigators use a combination of stellar positioning, atmospheric pressure readings, and magical energy detection to plot courses through three-dimensional space. Master Navigator Compass Starfinder demonstrates the complex calculations required for high-altitude route planning as she prepares the caravan's course to the Crystal Peaks Trading Consortium. Using instruments that measure atmospheric density, magical energy flows, and cosmic radiation levels, she plots a route that will take advantage of favorable wind currents while avoiding the dangerous atmospheric disturbances that can destroy aircraft and kill crew members with little warning. The route planning process must account for seasonal variations in atmospheric conditions, the changing positions of celestial bodies that serve as navigation references, and the complex interactions between magical energy flows and atmospheric pressure systems that can create favorable or hostile flying conditions. A route that provides safe, efficient travel during one season might become completely impassable during another, requiring Skytraders to maintain multiple alternative pathways for each destination. The cargo carried by mountain Skytraders reflects both the unique products available only at extreme altitudes and the specialized needs of mountain magical communities. Outbound shipments typically include rare magical materials such as stellarite crystals, atmospheric pressure diamonds, and icefire opals that command premium prices in lowland magical markets. These materials, formed only under the specific conditions found at extreme altitudes, provide mountain communities with valuable trade goods that can be exchanged for essential supplies unavailable in mountain environments. The loading procedures for magical cargo require specialized techniques that ensure the stability and safety of materials but might react unpredictably to the atmospheric conditions encountered during high-altitude flight. Stellarite crystals, for example, must be stored in specially designed containers that prevent exposure to cosmic radiation during flight, as excessive radiation exposure can cause the crystals to release their stored magical energy in violent explosions. Return cargo typically consists of goods that cannot be produced effectively in mountain environments. Textiles woven from lowland magical plants, preserved foods that require ingredients unavailable at altitude, books and educational materials from lowland magical institutions, and manufactured goods that require production facilities too large or complex for mountain communities to maintain. The communication networks that coordinate mountain sky trade represent remarkable achievements in long-distance magical messaging. The vast distances between mountain communities and the unpredictable atmospheric conditions that can disrupt magical communications require communication systems that can function reliably across thousands of miles of airspace, while accounting for the interference created by atmospheric electrical activity, cosmic radiation, and the magical energy fields generated by the cargo being transported. The atmospheric message network, developed cooperatively by mountain trading communities throughout the Himalayas, uses a combination of relay stations positioned on intermediate peaks and aerial message carriers that can navigate independently through high-altitude airspace. Messages encoded in magical frequency patterns are transmitted from station to station, amplified and clarified at each relay point to ensure accurate delivery across the vast distances that separate mountain trading partners. The training required for Skytrade crews represents one of the most demanding educational programs in the magical world. Skytraders must master not only the complex technical skills required for high-altitude flight and navigation, but also the diplomatic abilities necessary for successful negotiation with the diverse cultures found in mountain magical communities around the world. The Academy of Sky Commerce, located on a peak that serves as the hub for multiple trade routes, provides comprehensive training in atmospheric navigation, magical cargo handling, emergency survival techniques, and cross-cultural communication. Students spend years mastering the skills necessary for safe and profitable sky trading, often completing apprenticeships with experienced crews before being certified for independent operation. The survival training component of sky trader education reflects the extraordinary dangers inherent in high-altitude commerce. Crews must be prepared to survive equipment failures that leave them stranded at altitudes where the air is too thin to support life, navigate through violent storm systems that can destroy aircraft in seconds, and handle emergencies involving magical cargo that might react unpredictably to atmospheric conditions. The emergency protocols developed by sky trading organizations include procedures for emergency landings on uninhabited peaks, techniques for constructing temporary shelters using materials available on high-altitude aircraft, and magical techniques for extending survival time in environments where traditional survival methods would quickly prove inadequate. The insurance and risk management systems that govern sky trade reflect the high-stakes nature of commerce conducted under such extreme conditions. The Guild of Sky Merchants maintains comprehensive databases tracking atmospheric conditions, route safety records, and cargo loss statistics that allow for accurate assessment of the risks associated with specific trade missions. The magical insurance policies available to sky traders provide coverage not only for conventional risks such as cargo loss or equipment damage, but also for the unique hazards associated with high-altitude flight, cosmic radiation exposure, magical energy storms, atmospheric pressure emergencies, and encounters with dangerous high-altitude magical creatures. The seasonal variations that affect sky trade routes require careful planning and coordination among trading partners to ensure that essential goods are available when needed, despite the limited windows of opportunity for safe high-altitude flight. During winter months, when violent storm systems make flight extremely dangerous, sky trading operations are typically suspended, except for emergency supply missions. The spring opening ceremony, celebrated simultaneously by mountain trading communities around the world, marks the beginning of each year's trading season. This coordinated celebration ensures that all trading partners are prepared for the resumption of commerce and provides an opportunity for communities to communicate changes in their needs or available goods that might affect trading relationships. The technological innovations driven by sky trade requirements have influenced magical transportation development throughout the wizarding world. Techniques originally developed for high-altitude cargo handling have been adapted for use in other challenging transportation environments, while navigation methods created for sky trading have improved the safety and efficiency of magical travel in general. The atmospheric stability engine, originally designed to help sky traders maintain altitude during magical energy storms, has been adapted for use in underwater magical vehicles, desert transportation systems, and even spacecraft designed for magical exploration beyond Earth's atmosphere. The principles underlying this technology have applications wherever magical transportation must operate in environments where conventional magical systems become unreliable. The cultural exchange facilitated by sky trade routes has created connections between mountain magical communities that might otherwise remain completely isolated from each other. Ideas, techniques, and cultural practices developed in one mountain region can now spread to communities thousands of miles away, creating a global mountain magical culture that transcends geographical boundaries. The annual Sky Traders Gathering, held each year at a different mountain trading hub, provides an opportunity for representatives from mountain communities around the world to meet, share innovations, negotiate long-term trading agreements, and coordinate responses to challenges that affect the entire mountain magical community. This gathering has become one of the most important cultural events in the mountain magical calendar. The economic impact of sky trade extends far beyond the mountain communities, directly involved in high-altitude commerce. The rare materials and unique products available only through sky trade have become essential components in many advanced magical technologies, creating demand that supports entire industries in lowland magical communities. The pricing structures that govern sky trade reflect both the extraordinary value of mountain magical materials and the high costs associated with their transportation. A single stellarite crystal, no larger than a human thumb, might cost more than a lowland wizard's annual income, yet the magical properties it provides make it invaluable for certain applications where no substitute exists. The regulatory frameworks that govern sky trade have been developed through international cooperation among magical governments to ensure safety while preventing the monopolization of essential magical materials. The International Sky Commerce Authority maintains standards for aircraft certification, crew training, and cargo handling that apply to all sky trading operations regardless of their origin or destination. The environmental considerations that influence sky trade policy reflect growing awareness of the impact that high-altitude commerce might have on the atmospheric and magical ecosystems that sustain mountain environments. Regulations now require environmental impact assessments for new trade routes and mandate the use of transportation technologies that minimize disruption to atmospheric magical energy flows. As the lights of distant sky traders trace paths of gold and silver across the star-filled darkness above the peaks, you might reflect on the courage and ingenuity required to establish commerce in an environment where a single mistake can prove fatal, and success requires mastery of skills that push the boundaries of magical ability. The sight of cargo vessels flying through spaces where even birds cannot survive, carrying treasures between communities that exist at the very limits of human habitability, serves as a reminder that human determination can overcome even the most challenging obstacles when motivated by the desire to connect with others and share the fruits of innovation and hard work. What impossible connections in your own life might become possible if you approach them with the same combination of careful planning, technical skill, and willingness to accept calculated risks that allows sky traders to maintain commerce across the vast aerial highways that connect the roof of the world. Chapter 11. Guardians of the Sacred Peaks. In the hushed reverence of dawn breaking over peaks that have stood as sentinels since the world was young, we explore the profound responsibility carried by those mountain wizards who have dedicated their lives to protecting the sacred sites and mystical energies that flow through the world's highest places. These guardians, chosen through ancient traditions and bound by oaths that transcend individual lifetime, serve as the stewards of magical forces so fundamental that their disruption could affect the stability of magic itself throughout the world. The concept of sacred peaks extends far beyond simple religious veneration to encompass mountains that serve as focal points for the planetary magical energy system. These locations, where ley lines converge and cosmic forces touch the Earth most directly, require constant protection and maintenance to ensure the continued stability of magical forces throughout the global magical ecosystem. The responsibility for this protection falls to mountain communities that have evolved from simple settlements into sophisticated guardianship organizations. Consider the awesome responsibility carried by the keepers of Mount Transcendence, a peak in the Himalayas, where 7 major ley lines converge to create one of the most magically significant locations on Earth. The mountain itself serves as a massive natural focusing crystal that channels and distributes magical energy across an area spanning 3 continents. Any disruption to the magical systems maintained on this peak could affect magical stability from the Arctic Circle to the Indian Ocean. The selection process for sacred peak guardians involves trials and evaluations that test not only magical ability, but also the psychological stability, ethical grounding, and long-term commitment necessary for a lifetime of service in one of the most demanding and isolated positions in the magical world. Candidates must demonstrate the ability to work effectively alone for extended periods while maintaining the complex magical systems that regulate planetary energy flows. Master Guardian Serenity Peak Watch, current keeper of the Northern Convergence, underwent a selection process that lasted 7 years and included tests of magical skill, psychological resilience, and spiritual development. Her training involved mastering advanced techniques for ley line maintenance, learning the complex rituals required for cosmic energy channeling, and developing the diplomatic skills necessary for coordinating with guardian communities on other sacred peaks around the world. The daily responsibilities of Sacred Peak Guardians involve a combination of routine maintenance tasks and emergency responses that require split-second decisions affecting magical stability across vast regions. Guardians monitor the flow of magical energy through ley line networks, adjust the settings of ancient focusing crystals that channel cosmic forces, and respond to disruptions that could cascade into global magical instabilities if not addressed immediately. The monitoring systems used by Sacred Peak Guardians combine ancient magical techniques with sophisticated detection instruments that can measure minute variations in magical energy flows. The Planetary Grid Monitor, a crystalline device that exists simultaneously on multiple sacred peaks through dimensional folding technology, provides real-time information about magical energy levels throughout the global ley line network. The interpretation of energy flow data requires understanding that combines magical theory with practical knowledge gained through decades of hands-on experience with planetary magical systems. Guardian training includes extensive study of historical magical energy patterns, enabling Guardians to distinguish between normal variations and anomalous readings that might indicate developing problems requiring intervention. The maintenance of ley line convergence points involves magical techniques that have been passed down through unbroken chains of guardians stretching back thousands of years. These procedures, known collectively as the sacred maintenance protocols, include rituals for cleaning and realigning ley line channels, techniques for repairing damage to natural focusing crystals, and emergency procedures for containing magical energy surges that could damage the planetary magical infrastructure. The harmonic resonance ceremony, performed monthly at each sacred peak, involves the careful tuning of natural and artificial focusing systems to maintain optimal energy flow through the ley line network. This complex ritual requires precise timing coordinated with guardian communities around the world, as the ceremony's effectiveness depends on simultaneous performance at multiple convergence points. The ancient protection spells that shield sacred peaks from external interference represent some of the most sophisticated defensive magic ever created. These protective systems, layered over millennia by successive generations of guardians, create barriers that operate on multiple levels of reality simultaneously. Physical protection prevents unauthorized access to sensitive areas, while magical shields deflect attempts to interfere with ley line operations from remote locations. The Ward of Eternal Vigilance, maintained continuously at each sacred peak for over 3,000 years, creates a defensive barrier that automatically responds to any attempt to disrupt magical energy flows. The ward can identify and neutralize magical attacks before they reach critical systems, while simultaneously alerting guardian networks around the world to coordinate responses to serious threats. The integration of natural and artificial protective systems allows sacred peak defenses to draw power from the very ley lines they protect, creating defensive capabilities that become stronger as the threat level increases. During the Dark Wizard Crisis of 1847, when coordinated attacks were launched against multiple sacred peaks simultaneously, the protective systems demonstrated their ability to repel even the most sophisticated magical assaults while maintaining normal energy distribution throughout the affected regions. The diplomatic responsibilities of Sacred Peak Guardians include maintaining relationships with magical governments, academic institutions, and independent magical communities that might be affected by decisions regarding ley line management. The power to influence magical energy flows across continental areas brings with it the responsibility to consider the needs and concerns of all magical communities within the affected regions. The Council of Sacred Peak Guardians, which convenes annually at a different sacred site each year, provides a forum for coordinating global magical energy policy and sharing information about emerging threats to planetary magical stability. The Council's decisions can affect magical energy availability across entire continents, making their deliberations some of the most consequential in the magical world. The research conducted by guardian communities contributes essential knowledge to magical understanding while serving the practical needs of ley line maintenance and protection. Guardian research focuses on the fundamental nature of magical energy, the relationship between cosmic forces and terrestrial magic, and the long-term stability of planetary magical systems. The Archive of Eternal Knowledge, maintained collectively by all Sacred Peak Guardian communities, contains thousands of years of accumulated observations about magical energy patterns, cosmic influences on terrestrial magic, and the effects of various magical activities on planetary energy stability. This archive represents one of the most comprehensive repositories of fundamental magical knowledge in existence. The experimental facilities maintained by guardian communities allow for research into magical phenomena that would be too dangerous to study in populated areas. The isolation and protective systems of sacred peaks provide ideal conditions for investigating high-energy magical processes, dimensional mechanics, and the interaction between magical forces and cosmic radiation. The training of new guardians represents a critical responsibility that ensures the continuity of sacred peak protection across generations. The knowledge and skills required for effective guardianship cannot be learned quickly or easily, requiring training programs that may last decades and include both theoretical study and practical apprenticeship under experienced guardians. The Guardian Academy of Mount Celestial provides comprehensive education in ley line theory, cosmic energy manipulation, planetary magical system maintenance, and the diplomatic skills necessary for effective coordination with global magical communities. Students at the Academy often spend years mastering individual aspects of Guardian work before being deemed ready for independent assignment to Sacred Peak positions. The succession planning maintained by Guardian communities ensures that essential knowledge and responsibilities are transferred smoothly between generations of Guardians. Each Sacred Peak maintains detailed succession protocols that specify how Guardian duties should be transferred in cases of illness, injury, or natural succession, preventing interruptions in protection that could have catastrophic consequences for global magical stability. The emergency response capabilities of Sacred Peak Guardians include protocols for dealing with magical disasters that could affect planetary energy systems. These procedures involve rapid communication with Guardian networks around the world, coordination with magical government emergency services, and implementation of protective measures that can prevent local magical disasters from cascading into global magical instabilities. The Great Ley Line disruption of 1923, caused by experimental magic conducted without proper safeguards, demonstrated the importance of Guardian emergency response capabilities. Guardian communities around the world coordinated their response to contain the disruption and prevent it from propagating through the global ley line network, averting what could have been a worldwide magical disaster. The technological innovations developed by Guardian communities have advanced magical understanding while serving the practical needs of Sacred Peak protection. Guardian research has led to breakthroughs in magical energy storage, dimensional folding technology, long-distance magical communication, and the creation of magical artifacts that can operate reliably under the extreme conditions found at Sacred Peak sites. The dimensional anchor systems developed by Guardian engineers allow for the creation of stable dimensional connections between sacred peaks around the world, enabling instantaneous communication and resource sharing that would otherwise be impossible, given the vast distances and challenging conditions that separate Guardian communities. The environmental stewardship practiced by Sacred Peak Guardians extends beyond magical energy protection to include the preservation of natural ecosystems that support magical energy generation and distribution. The unique environmental conditions found at Sacred Peaks often support rare magical creatures and plants that play important roles in planetary magical ecology. The Sacred Grove Preservation Project, coordinated by Guardian communities worldwide, maintains protected habitats for magical species that exist only in the unique conditions found at ley line convergence points. These conservation efforts ensure the continued existence of creatures and plants that contribute to magical energy generation while providing Guardians with resources necessary for their protective work. The philosophical traditions maintained by guardian communities provide the ethical and spiritual foundation necessary for lifelong service in positions that require making decisions affecting magical communities worldwide. Guardian philosophy emphasizes service to the greater good, respect for natural magical forces, and the responsibility that comes with wielding influence over planetary magical systems. The meditation of cosmic harmony, practiced daily by guardians around the world, creates a shared spiritual experience that connects individual guardians to the global community of sacred peak protectors. This practice helps maintain the psychological stability and ethical grounding necessary for effective service, while providing a means of nonverbal communication between guardians at different locations. The legacy of sacred peak guardians extends far beyond their immediate protective responsibilities, to include their role as preservers of ancient magical knowledge and maintainers of the planetary magical infrastructure that supports all magical life. Their work ensures that future generations will inherit a world where magic remains stable and accessible, where the forces that power spells and enchantments continue to flow freely through the natural systems that have sustained magical civilization for millennia. As starlight bathes the sacred peaks in silver radiance, and the eternal winds carry whispers of ancient commitments across the spaces between worlds, you might reflect on the profound dedication required to serve something greater than oneself, to accept responsibility for forces that affect countless others, and to maintain vigilance that may span an entire lifetime. Standing in the presence of those who have devoted their lives to protecting the fundamental forces that make magic possible, you might consider what sacred responsibilities in your own life deserve the same level of commitment, care, and selfless service that guardians bring to their protection of the world's most precious magical resources. What essential aspects of your world would benefit from the kind of patient, dedicated stewardship that sacred peak guardians provide to the magical forces that sustain life itself? Chapter 12. The Eternal Watch from Above. As the endless cycle of days and seasons continues its ancient rhythm beneath the watchful gaze of eternal peaks, we conclude our journey through the realm of mountain magical communities by exploring the unique perspective that comes from dwelling at the very edge of the world. From these heights where earth meets sky, where the concerns of lowland life fade into distant insignificance, mountain wizards have developed a philosophical understanding that transcends the immediate and temporary to embrace the eternal and universal. The psychological transformation that occurs in those who spend years living at extreme altitude extends far beyond simple adaptation to environmental conditions. The daily experience of existing at the boundary between Earth and space, where each breath requires conscious effort, and every moment carries awareness of humanity's fragile place in the cosmic order, creates a shift in perspective that fundamentally alters how mountain dwellers understand their relationship to magic, to each other, and to the vast forces that shape the universe. Consider the experience of Master Contemplator Infinite Skygazer, who has spent 40 years maintaining the Observatory of Eternal Reflection at an altitude where the curvature of the Earth becomes visible, and the stars shine with unwavering clarity through the thin atmosphere. Her daily routine begins before dawn with meditation practices that connect her consciousness to the cosmic rhythms that govern magical energy throughout the solar system, followed by observations that track the slow dance of celestial bodies across the vault of space. From her position above the clouds, Master Skygazer witnesses phenomena invisible to earthbound observers, the aurora-like displays that occur when cosmic magical energy interacts with the planet's atmospheric magical field, the subtle variations in starlight that indicate magical disturbances in distant star systems, and the grand cycles of cosmic energy that influence magical stability across geological time periods. This perspective, available only to those who dwell at the very heights of the world, provides insights into the fundamental nature of magic that cannot be obtained through any other means. The philosophical schools that have developed within mountain magical communities reflect this elevated perspective, emphasizing long-term thinking, cosmic awareness, and the interconnectedness of all magical phenomena across vast scales of space and time. The School of Eternal Perspectives, founded by mountain philosophers over a millennium ago, teaches that true understanding of magic requires awareness of its cosmic context and appreciation for cycles that extend far beyond human lifespans. The practice of cosmic meditation, central to mountain magical philosophy, involves the systematic expansion of consciousness to encompass increasingly vast scales of space and time. Beginning with awareness of immediate surroundings, practitioners gradually extend their perception to include their entire mountain, their region, their continent, their planet, their solar system, and ultimately their galaxy. This practice, which can take decades to master, creates a perspective that sees individual events and concerns as parts of much larger patterns. The ethical framework that governs mountain magical communities emphasizes responsibility not only to immediate neighbors and contemporary magical society, but to future generations and to the cosmic magical ecosystem that supports all magical life. This long-term perspective influences every aspect of mountain life, from resource management decisions that consider their impact over centuries to magical research programs that prioritize fundamental understanding over immediate practical applications. The Mountain Covenant, subscribed to by magical communities throughout the world's highest peaks, establishes principles for conduct that reflect this cosmic perspective. The Covenant emphasizes sustainable practices that preserve magical resources for future generations, research approaches that increase fundamental understanding rather than simply developing new applications, and diplomatic policies that prioritize long-term stability over short-term advantages. The conflict resolution methods developed by mountain communities reflect their understanding that many disputes arise from limited perspective and failure to consider long-term consequences. The practice of elevated mediation involves bringing conflicting parties to high-altitude locations where the physical experience of elevation can facilitate the psychological shift in perspective necessary for resolution of seemingly intractable conflicts. Master mediator Harmony Peaceweaver has spent her career helping resolve disputes between magical communities by facilitating the perspective shift that comes from literally rising above the immediate circumstances of conflict. Her technique involves guided experiences that help participants see their disputes from increasingly elevated viewpoints, both physical and metaphorical, until they can understand their conflicts as temporary disturbances in much larger patterns of relationship and cooperation. The educational approaches used in mountain magical communities emphasize the development of long-term thinking and cosmic awareness alongside traditional magical skills. Students learn to see their magical education not as preparation for immediate career goals, but as part of a lifelong journey toward understanding their place in the cosmic order and their responsibility to contribute to the long-term stability and development of magical civilization. The curriculum of eternal learning, taught in mountain magical schools throughout the world, includes subjects rarely found in lowland magical education: cosmic magical theory, geological scale magical ecology, intergenerational ethics, and the history of magical development over millennial time scales. The research priorities of mountain magical communities reflect their cosmic perspective, focusing on fundamental questions about the nature of magic rather than immediate practical applications. Mountain researchers investigate the relationship between consciousness and magical energy, the role of cosmic forces in magical phenomena, and the long-term evolution of magical abilities in sentient species. The Institute of Cosmic Magical Research, spanning multiple peaks in the Andes, coordinates research programs that require observation periods measured in decades or centuries. Their studies of magical energy cycles, cosmic influence patterns, and the long-term stability of planetary magical systems provide essential data for understanding how magical civilization can develop sustainably over cosmic timescales. The artistic traditions of mountain communities reflect their unique perspective on beauty, meaning, and the relationship between individual creativity and cosmic forces. Mountain magical art often incorporates themes of cosmic connection, temporal perspective, and the relationship between the finite and infinite. The resulting works possess a quality of transcendent beauty that can induce profound shifts in consciousness among those who experience them. The Symphony of Spheres, performed annually by the combined musical communities of the Himalayan peaks, uses the acoustic properties of high-altitude air and the harmonic resonances of mountain geological formations to create music that literally connects listeners to cosmic rhythms. The performance, which can be heard across hundreds of miles of mountain terrain, serves as both artistic expression and magical ritual that harmonizes local magical energy with cosmic patterns. The architectural legacy of mountain communities demonstrates their understanding of humanity's relationship to cosmic forces. Mountain buildings are designed not only to provide shelter and workspace, but to serve as instruments for cosmic observation and meditation. The orientation, proportions, and materials of mountain architecture reflect deep understanding of how physical structures can facilitate expanded consciousness and cosmic awareness. The observatory temples built by mountain communities serve simultaneously as research facilities, meditation spaces, and architectural expressions of cosmic philosophy. These structures, positioned to take advantage of specific astronomical alignments and built using materials that enhance sensitivity to cosmic magical forces, provide optimal conditions for the consciousness expansion practices that are central to mountain magical culture. The technological innovations developed by mountain communities often reflect their cosmic perspective, prioritizing long-term sustainability and cosmic harmony over immediate efficiency or convenience. Mountain magical technology is designed to operate in harmony with natural cycles, to enhance rather than replace human capabilities, and to contribute to rather than detract from the cosmic magical ecosystem. The self-sustaining magical systems developed by mountain engineers operate indefinitely without external energy inputs, by drawing power from cosmic magical sources and natural energy cycles. These systems demonstrate how magical technology can be designed to work in harmony with cosmic forces rather than consuming finite resources or creating waste products that disrupt natural magical balances. The diplomatic relationships maintained by mountain communities with lowland magical societies reflect their role as mediators and advisors who can provide perspective on conflicts and challenges that seem insurmountable from ground level. Mountain diplomats often serve as neutral parties in international magical disputes, bringing their cosmic perspective to bear on problems that require long-term solutions. The Council of Elevated Wisdom, composed of representatives from mountain communities around the world, provides advisory services to magical governments and international organizations facing challenges that require long-term thinking and cosmic perspective. The Council's recommendations often focus on solutions that may take generations to implement, but provide permanent resolution to recurring problems. The conservation efforts led by mountain communities extend beyond local environmental protection to encompass the preservation of cosmic magical resources and the protection of magical phenomena that exist on planetary or galactic scales. These efforts recognize that local actions can have consequences that extend across vast scales of space and time. The Cosmic Conservation Project coordinates efforts to monitor and protect magical phenomena that exist on astronomical scales, ley line networks that span continents, magical energy cycles that operate over geological time periods, and the cosmic magical forces that influence magical development throughout the solar system. This project represents the ultimate expression of the long-term thinking and cosmic awareness that characterizes mountain magical culture. The future challenges facing Montane magical communities include adapting their ancient wisdom to rapidly changing conditions in the broader magical world, maintaining their cosmic perspective while remaining relevant to contemporary magical society, and training new generations of mountain wizards who can carry forward their traditions while adapting to evolving circumstances. The Next Generation Initiative, launched by mountain communities worldwide, focuses on developing educational and cultural programs that can transmit mountain wisdom to young wizards from both mountain and lowland backgrounds. This initiative recognizes that the cosmic perspective and long-term thinking characteristic of mountain culture are needed throughout magical society to address challenges that require solutions extending beyond individual lifetimes. The spiritual traditions maintained by mountain communities provide the foundation for their cosmic perspective and long-term thinking. These practices, developed over millennia of living at the boundary between Earth and space, offer pathways for expanding consciousness beyond individual limitations to embrace awareness of cosmic patterns and universal principles. The ritual of eternal connection, performed by mountain communities during cosmic alignment events, creates shared experiences of cosmic consciousness that bind participants to each other and to the vast cosmic forces that sustain all magical life. These rituals serve as both spiritual practice and practical training for the expanded awareness necessary for effective participation in cosmic magical ecosystem management, as the eternal stars wheel overhead in their ancient patterns, marking time. Scales that dwarf human concerns, while illuminating truths that transcend individual existence. You might reflect on how the perspective gained from rising above immediate circumstances can transform understanding and open possibilities that remain invisible from ground level. Standing at the edge of the world, where thin air carries whispers of cosmic wisdom and every breath connects you to forces that span galaxies, you might consider how your own perspective could benefit from the kind of elevation that comes not only from physical height, but from the courage to think beyond immediate concerns and embrace responsibility for outcomes that extend far beyond your individual lifetime. In the profound silence that exists where Earth meets space, what eternal truths might you discover about your own place in the vast patterns that connect all magical life? And how might this cosmic perspective transform your understanding of what truly matters in your journey through the infinite mystery of existence?